Welcome to the Out There channel, a live stream 298. We'll be with you in a minute after the intro. Seems that Google's a wee bit behind there. How's it sounding out there? Who's with us? Renee, Vincent. A few things to go over today, as usual. Where's all my mods? Don't see much of Susan lately. Hello. I think it's corrupting a bit, isn't it? Let me just reset. Does that sound better? I think it is. No, this mixer, it's about time they fixed it. Definitely got some software bugs in it. That's why we have a long intro, so we can just check a few things on the way through. Yo, good to be back. I'll be back. No hardcore swearing on the side, no F words, C words. But do join in the discussions and do offer debunking. See how good you are at debunking. And we've got a real case to go over today that has been classed as unknown by MUFON. Not like these TV shows that says it's still unknown, which is nonsense. Like Strange Evidence keeps bringing up cases saying it's unknown when it clearly is solved. So I don't know where they get their information from, but they're not fact-checking it with the right people. So yeah, who's out there? It looks like my regulars are not here yet. Maybe I'll just post out a message here on Discord. Now live, folks. So I thought I'd see JD80 here and Susan. Susan disappeared since her sisters moved into her house. Probably messing up her sleep patterns, probably. I'll tell you what, Discord's doing something strange here. Doesn't resize properly anymore since the update. Okay, so I better top up the welcome message on the side. Hey Ken, long time no see. At least one of the regulars is here. I got a few things to go over. Not too sure where Shelley is. I think she was changing ISPs and they've probably cut her off. Live stream. 298. So yeah, midweek when it'll be 300 to be my special birthday cake. Saturday. How's the sound sounding? I had to reset the mixer through the intro there. UFO vids and topics. So last live we did a bit of science on the beginning there about Wi-Fi and cell networks. Made a slight mistake there, which I need to correct. When I did a search for SIMM, I didn't think at the time that, or realize at the time that SIMM is spelled with one M, not two M's, but there's both memory cards. So I didn't click at the time. I should have done. It's like old computer memory, which we don't use anymore because it's too slow. The early motherboards used to have it, but yeah, looks like my head needs to be moving up a bit there. So yeah, I thought I'd cover a wee bit more on that. So what I should have done is typed in also SIMM with one M, because I said at the time, is that right? But it was like 1 in the morning, wasn't it? So I was doing a stream for UKers. So just load it up here. So I should have typed in SIMM, and we would have got the Wikipedia with an image of the SIM card, the original. I used to call it SIMM 1, SIMM 2, SIMM 3. Just like different version numbers. But it's not called a single inline memory module, which is the RAM for the computer, but it's actually called a subscriber identity module. In other words, it's like an RF chip for your phone. Which obviously is like memory. It stores your phone book, so it's obviously a ROM that's able to be rewritten. Not sure what the makeup is, but it actually probably will tell us in here somewhere. Probably like a flash memory where it can raise parts of it. As you can see, it goes on a wee bit, so it's probably buried in there somewhere. Lots of reading. And the other one, which we looked at, was I don't know if I got it up here or not. As old memory. I don't know if that'll come up. Here we go. Oh, it took it away. So, single inline memory module, which are like these that you plug into your computer. So, why don't we use those anymore? Generally, they're not fast enough. That's the main reason. So, we can close that one down. So here I put, what they've done is they've progressed to a new thing called a DIMM, which is called dual inline memory module. Obviously it's going to have more pins and more access to data faster, obviously. So what comes after a DIMM? Well, who knows? It's always changing, isn't it? But there's a smaller variant called a SODIMM, which they use on laptops. So someone's asking what the difference is here on the side here, and this guy sort of ran off a few things. DIMM RAM is used mainly for desktops, and SODIMM is used mainly for laptops. So that is, as SODIMM RAM has less pins but same functionality. In other words, it's scaled down, really. But there must be a limitation to it somewhere. SIMM standard signals of the interface. So really it's like a card with a fixed number of pins, a standardized pins. And what goes on the card is the memory chips. So this is where DDR RAM comes into it. So these are RAM, not ROM. So when you turn it off, all the charge is gone, and the memory is erased. Unlike a SIM card, which has ROM memory, as soon as you turn off the power to it, it still remembers next time you power on. I don't know if there was anything else worth putting on that one. So he said it refers to the physical form of the memory module. So we can just skim past this pretty quick. And what happens to practice degree? What is the difference between SD RAM, DDR1 RAM, DDR2 RAM, DDR3 RAM, and DDR4 RAM? So what comes next? My guess is DDR5 RAM. So obviously what they've done is they've improved the speed of the chips on those DIMM boards that they plug the chips onto. So there'll probably be a time when they need to expand the number of pins again, probably. SD-RAM, synchronous dynamic random access memory. Synchronous tells about the behavior of the DRAM type. In late 1996, SD-RAM began to appear in systems. Unlike previous technology, SD-RAM is designed to synchronize itself with the timing of the CPU. This enables the memory controller to know the exact clock cycle. So that's where you can overclock the RAM too now. You can overclock the CPU, you can overclock the RAM. And of course then you can start getting memory errors as it heats up. And then DDR is double rate SD RAM. So you can see here the increase in the speeds, double in next generation. It achieves greater bandwidth than the preceding single data rate by transferring data on the rising and the falling edges of the clock signal. Okay, so they did something sneaky. And what do they do with DDR? Its primary belief is the ability to operate the external data bus twice as fast as DDR. Yeah, but how's it doing it? Achieved by improved bus signal. Now the bus is not a bus like on the street, but is actually part of the street, so to speak. It's the copper wires going into the interface of the CPU. So they managed to improve the signal from the RAM to the CPU, I guess. So pre-ordered the buffers inside the CPU. Pre-batch buffer. So them, yeah. So they got fast buffer RAM that connects to the RAM. So it makes you wonder what the limit's going to be. So that was up to 200 megahertz there, and then now they've got DDR3, which you see on video cards. Reduces 40% power consumption, hey, compared to the current DDR2, allowing for lower operations. So yeah, if you get reduce the heat, can reduce the voltage as well. Makes the devices more efficient, doesn't it? Get rid of the heat. Transfer rate at 1600, so that's quite a lot faster now, isn't it? 200 to 1600. Is that the same? Oh, that's a clock speed. No, it doubled the transfer thing here. Where's the clock speed on this one? Must be 400, is it? They don't list it. And DDR4, is it double? Well, it's not quite double. 1800 to 3200. I suppose you're going to need that because if you're dealing with 3D graphics, right, you're going to move a lot of data around on the screen as well. So yeah, here's a list of the breakdown of speeds here. That makes it handy. So what's that one? Internal rate bus clock and prefetch. So there's a lot of technical stuff to all that. So that's the difference between SIMMs and SIM cards. You've got to put the word card on the end to make sure the Google doesn't sort of interpret it for you, which it did for me the other day. When I typed in SIM, it naturally brought up the SIM card, not the SIM. Oh no, it naturally brought up the SIM memory instead of the SIM card, even though we had pictures of the SIM card and the images. I don't know, something went wrong there, and it didn't click. But anyway, it should have done because I've changed enough of these things in my past. But yeah, it's been 20 years now, I suppose. And here's what's this one? Pictures of DIMMs, I suppose. 4 gig, 8 gig. There was a reason I was going to look at that one, but I can't remember what it was. Move on though. So this is the latest speed. Okay, it's got some pictures, close-up pictures of it. And the memory chips should be on the other side, I guess. And got lower voltage there, so it dropped from 1.5 to 1.2. It makes you wonder if I can get lower than that. Yeah, it's some other specs here. So yep, we won't spend too much time on the computer side of stuff. We'll move on to the UFO side of stuff. Who's joining us out there so far? Wonder what's happened to everybody that we normally have on. So this has come out on the web recently. US Space Force commander found that. Doesn't seem that long ago it was set up, and already the guy that's ahead of it is dead. Okay, so what does it say here? The commander of the newly created American Space Force by President Donald T. I suppose you're not allowed to say that word. Last year has been found dead. Probably can't even say dead. The National Defense Authorization Act for 2020 redesignated US Air Force Space Force Command as the US Space Force and established it as an independent branch of the US Army Forces on 20th of December 2019. So it's not that long ago, is it? So he's only been in charge of it, what, before he died? 6 months. Update. The Indian intelligence community spoke to believes the assassination. What's that got to do with it? believes. I suppose we're not allowed to read out that. It's got some banned words that Google gets you. Assassination of Dewey, the Chinese ambassador of Israel, was in proportionate response to the death of the commander of the newly created Space Force. I don't know if that's fake news or what. Yeah, so there's the guy. Oh yes, 3 months ago. What am I thinking? Thanks for correcting me, Ken. I didn't get really much sleep. I tried to sleep. I went to bed early, but it just, it's one of those nights where you can't turn your brain off and you feel like you've been up all night. Air Force Colonel Thomas, so, how'd you say his name? Falsariano. So what's that? Italian or South American? Does he look? He doesn't look South American though. Who commanded the Service 21st Space Wing was found dead Tuesday at his home on Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado. Service officials said Wednesday. The Air Force has opened an investigation into Falsariano's death, but initially indications showed that he likely died of natural causes. Isn't that always the case, though? Officials said in a statement. One of it was to do with C-19. They reckon not believed. 47 was not believed to have contracted the coronavirus. There goes the ads. The official said, "We've been censored already." As the leader of the 21st Space Wing, Falsariano was also the senior commander of Peterson's Air Force Base in Colorado Springs and the nearby Chinook Mountain Air Force Station. So that's, isn't that NORAD? There. The wing and 2 installations and critical to space-based operations, which has led to the Air Force since July 2019 and for the Space Force since December. Well, it makes sense to have the command post underground, wouldn't it? Air Force officials on Wednesday described Falsariano as a talented space officer who was expected to become a general officer, likely in Space Force. Yeah, but I want to know, have they got ships that go into space now, and what are they using? Are they using some sort of Black Ops plane that we don't know about, where it sort of takes the spaceships up to the edge of space and then they fire off like Virgin are working on? So that's the sort of questions that we want answered. We don't care about who's running it, really, unless we can trust them not to press any nuke buttons from space. India is about to sign US space junk agreements. Okay. You think getting rid of space junk in space would be easy, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you need just a expanded net, fish net? I don't know. I suppose it could send a lot of debris down to Earth or towards space stations if it goes wrong. Makes you wonder how you do it. Safely, you know. So, do we need to read out the rest of this here? It talks about lots of technical stats things about it that he served. So they're sort of expanding out in the news on it, make it sound more full, I guess. But what doesn't really answer the question that we're after. So, have they actually got any things that's able to launch into space and protect space, or have they got something going on at the moment? Is there a command in space already? So, Space Force Commander. Dead. On to the next bit. So Corbell's put out a bit of a hit piece on Mick West. In fact, I haven't checked, see if anything's happening overnight. But yeah, he's put this gimbal UFO craft self-rotate. And I'm not sure what we can play of it, but he goes on about debunkers. And of course, Mick West did a response to it, which we probably can play some of it anyway. And but Corbell tends to be a wee bit control freaky and brings down stuff that people use under fair use. Tries to. And of course we got this other guy that he mentioned in the article called Dave Felch. I suppose that's how you say his name. Which also missed the point that Mick had brought up. So I'll probably see if I can explain it a wee bit better so people can understand it, because these guys seem to miss explaining what the problem is. So yeah, I'll just go over it. So we'll just play a clip of it here. Of course, I don't like Corbell's
circles of our stars and intertwine them. Bend your own pressure.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro.
Yeah, so we're talking about this video.
The DIMM system is
Going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots to the west.
So we're talking about how it rotates around here.
That's not LNS though, is it? It's not. That is LNS, dude. Well, if there's like another thing, it's rotating.
So you can see here, there, I'll probably go over it again, that they tried to keep the horizon level. At the moment the plane, you can see, is on a tilt, chasing it, whatever it is, and all this is thermal image. But here we got sort of like a glow around the outside, which apparently is a filter function, like a sharpener or de-sharpener, which makes your thing stand out better. I'm not sure how they do that. Maybe with firmware in the camera, in the military camera. Obviously you got some special military software, but you can see it rotates around, and that's the whole debate whether this thing's moving or if it's some sort of camera artifact.
That's not LNS though, is it? It's not. That is LNS.
So you can see here it's starting to rotate.
Well, if there's like another thing.
But at the same time you can see the horizon was moving, so obviously the horizon level changed just as that was moving too.
It's rotating.
nothing inside the DIMM system is or could cause the rotational flux of the target that is at a higher rate than the background. It's a straw man argument. It's attempting to argue.
Yeah, so straight away it's got this horrible font which makes it really terrible, I find, to read. And that's what thing Corbell likes. He likes to put up horrible fonts. So he's got this expert here trying to knock what Mick West was talking about. So from this point onwards, we'll probably play what Mick was going to break down it, and then I'll add my bit to it. But I'll give you the link to the whole video here so you can watch it after the show if you want to. Corbell, Gimbal, debunkers, that piece. Let's see, I think he talks about it after this.
Something that's irrelevant to the case.
That's the voice of John Earhart. John is an electro-optics specialist who is tasked by his employment with Boeing, an aerospace defense contractor, to directly work on the operational Navy AT-FLIR targeting pod systems, commonly used on our country's fighter jets. Jets like Commander David Fravers, the pilot who chased a UFO for the United States military, like Chad Underwood, the pilot who filmed the now famous Tic Tac UFO. If anybody knows how these AT-FLIR targeting pod bad boys work, the details, the mechanics, and how to interpret the data, it's John. The reason I felt compelled to clarify the specifics of the Pentagon gimbal UFO craft footage.
Yeah, so he's obviously got his own agenda as the reason why he's doing it. It still doesn't answer the question though. That's the problem with this whole thing. What was I going to say? We'll just keep on going.
Is because I've witnessed numerous debunkers contort and twist the facts of this bona fide UFO footage with a mental gymnastics worthy of a gold medal. It's
so there he's making reference to Mick West, obviously, with his initial bird or seagull debunk, and he later changed that to a balloon, which Corbell didn't know because he was slinging them off on Twitter a few months back, and Mick West got him again. So you got to be sure of your facts if you're going to take on Mick West.
It's almost as if they fear a reality greater than the one they have predetermined. It's a sort of existential bias, and their only defense is, you're too dumb to investigate the unexplained. I don't think you're dumb.
Well, we know there's a lot of stupid people out there in the UFO field. That's why they follow these fraud channels. And they don't watch mine or other people's where they're trying to educate you. Look at it with critical mind and some science behind it. I don't think those debunker the fraud channels have any knowledge. They're just good with the gab and sell oil, snake oilsmen, right? They sell oil to everybody, snake oil to everybody. You can see here straight away he's getting stuck into the debunkers. Just remember though that I'm a truther, not a debunker. A truther does debunks, but also believes, unlike Mick West and people like him, which are true debunkers that don't believe in UFOs. So that's the difference here. So I don't think everything can be explained away simply with swamp gas or whatever you want to call it. What are you saying? Everything is, but I guess as to what this is, it is if the government's not telling us everything, right? That's the whole problem. If they know stuff and they got HD footage on these weapon systems, the pods as they call them, they're not showing us, because that would change it. They're certainly not giving us the radar data. So I think he still goes on a wee bit here before I go to
I just
Mick
think you're
West.
busy. So I did some of the work for you. Debunkers are not skeptics, they're debunkers, and it's time that we call it as we see it. They're motivated with wasting your time. They would rather explain the uninvestigated by making up magical theories like the derotation theory that has been propagated, regurgitated, and parroted repeatedly on Twitter. And it's as bullshit today as it was the first time it was ever said. But do the debunkers know they're misleading you? My other buddy and FLIR specialist Dave Falch thinks so, and so do I. The irony is that debunkers claim to be anti-authority. However, they speak of things that they know not of, with authority. It's a tragedy.
That's not true, though, is it? We do research. It's the fraud channels that dump up stuff very quickly with no research and no analysis, and we do all the research analysis and tell everybody what it really is, but no one listens. And got to remember, this guy here defended security, even knowing that he was a hoaxer. And you got to ask your question, why? Why was he buddies with him even after he knew and went on doing interviews? It's obviously about money, not about proving aliens and UFOs, from what I can see anyway. So you can see here he's sort of trashing it a bit, and he's not correct. So this is where they lose face, these type of people. If they can admit that there's still not enough information to call it either way, and actually come out and how many updates did Tyler ever do? I don't think he ever did any updates on any of the stuff that he put up. Like if he stuck flares coming down, right? He wouldn't do another video next week or next day saying, "Oh, right, guys, it's been discovered what it was, taking down that video now and replacing it with this update video." Having he do that? Look at the Dream Team. I bet that alien one's still up, right? Still collecting views, right? They did an update, said, "Oh yeah, it got discovered." Only because they read the debunkers, right? People like me, they read what we said and realised they made a big blunder, and come out with a statement, a cover-up statement. So, yeah. That's the only time I've seen really an update too, was on Third Phase. But they only did it to try and save face, not to put the record straight, right? And they still talked all around about it. They didn't obviously put it up and show the movie clip or anything like that.
It's a tragedy to logic and also to purpose, and it's shockingly bad science. But you've been warned. So now you might need to tune your dials to a different station and find alternate sources of credibility. You don't need to be a genius to recognize the dangerous game being played by those who don't want you to trust your own eyes. You don't even need to be smart to see it. Debunkers selectively reduce the aperture of reason to fit their predetermined theory. It's like a sickness. It's a corrosive time suck of a disease. So this is a warning.
So, it's laying it on a bit thick, isn't he? And he's not correct. You find that debunkers generally will follow the facts and try and fit it to science or mathematics they know. And it might still be correct, of course, because they only got limited information to go on. It's like Mick West tried to jump on it quick and debunk it. And he made those silly things about the bird and things, and people said, "What?" Discount. The problem is debunkers like him discount eyewitness accounts But he did at least say, to be fair, he doesn't know what the pilot saw, but he reckons that's not what's in this video. So whether what David saw wasn't really that image on the scope, who knows? Because it was from another pilot, wasn't it? So is it possible that they were filming another jet far away, or someone swapped the videos? Who knows? You never know what's happening in the government. I think the radar data would be very interesting to see, and whether they could come clean on that Nemesis project with the drones, which could also explain some of the stuff. What else they got going on secret projects, and why hasn't To the Stars TV show brought up the Nemesis and discounted it? I don't think they have yet, have they, on the new series?
The debunkers are on notice. People see you. Maybe that's all you've ever really wanted, but I'm simply not going to let the bullshit slide. So here's John. He shared some time with me.
So John is another FLIR expert, apparently. So we go on to Mick's thing here for a wee bit, and then I'll go back to the first guy, because he explains it better, because this is all talking. There's no video with Corbell's thing. They don't actually show you with diagrams or anything what they're talking about. So I'll just play this.
This is a very quick response video to this video by Jeremy Corbell, who is interviewing John Earhart, an electro-optical specialist who works at Boeing, and he designs and builds test equipment for the FLIR system, which was made by Raytheon. And Jeremy interviews him and asks him some questions, and then comes away thinking that he's debunked the rotating glare hypothesis of the gimbal. But as we shall see, I don't think that is correct. And I'm very quickly going to go through the video. Now, the first 5 minutes are just Jeremy saying like debunkers are terrible and don't listen to them, things like that. Then there's a couple of minutes of John explaining what he does and his qualifications and his experience, things like that, which is all fine. I have no problem with him. He's obviously has some experience with the FLIR system, and he understands the components. He even describes some of them by name, like D-row for derotation. So he's obviously familiar with the fact that they're there. So skip forward to 728, which is where the actual question is asked. Let's see about there. So let's see.
Looks like it rotates counterclockwise in the frame. Does the FLIR gimbal UFO, does it display an actual rotation of the object itself? Or is that an optical illusion caused by the derotation mechanism within the FLIR pod?
All right, so first of all, this is Jeremy asking kind of the wrong question. It says, is it caused by the derow mechanism? And just the derotation mechanism by itself obviously isn't going to do that. All a derotation mechanism does is rotate something. There has to be something that makes the glare actually rotate separate from the horizon. So the derotation mechanism, if all we're talking about is the derotation mechanism rotating things, it rotates the entire scene, so everything in that scene will rotate the same. Question is, how do you get something that rotates the glare relative to the horizon? So he's kind of asking the wrong question, and I think it kind of leads John down.
So they don't really explain it well, do they? So let's bring up the editor. So what they're saying is the FLIR camera, which probably be similar to what the public buys, but maybe it has some specialized add-ons or firmware that the military have. So what can we use for a camera? That one will probably do. So there's the camera that would have in the playing pod. One of many, actually. As you see from the patent that's available for the D-rotation thing, actually splits the image off to various equipment. So it could be other cameras, including HD camera, of course. So there's the camera there, and it has a bit on the front. And what can we do for that one? Need a cylinder, probably. Have we got a cylinder? I've got something there. Oh. Oh, what's happened there? Let's try that again. Cylinder. Okay, so this is the D-rotation thing they're talking about. I can grab hold of it. No, it's not quite level, is it? There we go. So, obviously you want to keep the picture, the light coming into the camera, you want to keep it level with the horizon. So if the plane tilts, this thing here will rotate around, and it's got special mirrors inside that reflect the infrared light as well as natural light to the FLIR camera, which is infrared. So you got the FLIR, and you got the D-rotate thing they're talking about here, and it also has like a little ball in front too. Need a round thing. Was that round? Ah, there's a hexagon. What's happened there? It's got a little dot. Oh, another dot. Gotta watch where you click around here. Okay, so circle. Oh, well, I suppose we could use that. There we go. And it has like a circle with an eye in it. We can rotate it around. Nope, there we go. So there's the light coming in, and so it can, that one rotates around for the horizon, and this basically keeps it central, the object central. So this can go up and down, I believe, and left and right. And that can go around that way and that way. So it covers all the axes to try and keep something centralized for the targeting system, I guess. So it's a wee bit more to that than that. Also, it can split off the light and going straight here, and it will go out. I'll just get rid of those arrows again. The other thing it can do is it can send out light to the side through mirrors to other sensors, cameras or whatever. Instead of well, it's obviously you need to muck around with the light coming in here to certain sensors, and then the light going to here is going to be filtered for infrared. The nanospectrum, whatever it is, 300 to 600 nanos or whatever it is. I think they say so in the video. So, yeah, you got the UFO, or the object in front, which we'll just use a plane, I guess. I suppose I should have really got rid of that. A plane or a UFO, but we're not actually seeing the object here. Alright, we're not seeing it as normal light, we're only seeing it as processed black and white, or greys I should say, the only heat spectrum of the object. So that's where the problem is. So what's inside the camera bit here they don't talk about in these videos, which is where the problem exists. So Mick is saying they're not addressing the camera artifacts itself. This whole thing here is all correct and doesn't matter to what we're observing as the rotation. This rotates the whole scene basically. So if you saw the plane and you tilt that direction, that will rotate in a way to bring it back down. So it's always level, and as you can see, it's pretty fast because it's using I suppose it uses gravity sensors, doesn't it? Magnetic fields, and then rotates it either direction very quickly without having to do it via firmware or software, if that makes sense. So that's all this does here. That's why it's called a derotation. So the question is, in the video we see it looks like it turns, even though the horizon is constant, which horizon is constant, but we see the plane turn up and down, up and down or rotate or whatever. So is it a plane, UFO? Who knows? So they try and explain it here in the videos, but yeah, I don't know. You'd think Mick West would do a better job, but we'll just go through it, and he's just going to say the same thing pretty much, what I've just said, that they're not addressing what's in the camera. As you know, the camera have a aperture. Aperture. How do we spell it? Aperture. Okay, so these things here. Right, with the F numbers that we talked about. The bigger the number, and the smaller the hole. And the smaller the number, more blurry it was, I think it was, wasn't it? So inside the FLIR camera, I assume it's got some sort of control aperture in it to make it in focus. Remember we talked about focus, how to make the distance away, you have to close the aperture a certain distance. So it'll probably have something like this inside the camera. So we probably need to save that because we're probably going to need it. So let's save that one to try and explain it better. Technically, so people can understand what they're on about. Takes me a wee while to wrap my head around everything as well, because I'm still learning. Maybe that one would have been better up here. What's that one underneath? Okay, you can see here, the smaller the hole and the smaller the pinholes, the clearer the picture is, and more blurry it gets with the bigger hole coming out. So there you go. So what's the problem with these apertures that make little small circles? They're actually done with blades, and of course the blades cause artifacts in the light because they're not perfect circles that are closing down, right? So we have to now look up lens flare. Lens flare. Which you're probably used to seeing. Now, let's see if I can pick one that's good. course, the number of these things that occur depends how close the aperture is and the focal focus point, how they zoom the lens in. Here you can see here, for each of the blades, you get a streak of light, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's an 8-bladed one. So that's, again, it depends on the focusing, how you got it set. And some will be just a single one that goes across, like this one. So what can we do? Oh, what's a good one? Probably one like that. So let's grab that one. Aren't you glad you got me putting it all together for you? Alright, so we need another image. So if we bring in those, guess we'll want to grab one of those. I should have done that separately, but yeah, let's just grab the one with the most open here. But it's not going to be most open, it's probably going to be one of these smaller holes on the camera pod, because it's in focus. Paste in new layer. Oh. So I'll just explain how the FLIR happens and what Mick's talking about. Alright, so now we need to bring in the FLIR. Flatten. Okay, shame it's not a white background. Let's see. Can we dim it down a bit? Probably can. Darken. Thought that might have worked. Let's multiply it. Not quite. Narrative. Okay, what's that one doing? Cancelled it out. That's a strange one. Overlay. That's got it ridded. Green. Color dodge. Must be one that's going to work for us. Difference. Oh, there we go. That might work. Although it changes the color, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we can try a difference. So here is how the lens flare would work. It would go to the corners of the blades, right? And also how it reflects through the lens system. So depending how you focus it, you'd get more of these lens flares happening. So what Mick's saying is, as the image rotates, basically it's sending the light differently through the aperture here and causing that to rotate around inside the camera. Not, if you see what I mean, that really it would be the whole thing. Let's see, flatten. So that would be constant because of the lens flare, but the image itself would be rotating around, because we're not seeing a real object, we're seeing heat represented as an image, right? So here we go through different optics. Complicated stuff, isn't it? Trying to explain it, but let's see, what can we do for a lens? So you got your lens, and you got your aperture that would be making how much light comes through, and you'd have some other lenses inside, right? Which is where the problem occurs. And then it focuses it. So it focuses it to a point. Let's see, got it wrong there. To the sensor. So what's happening here is the light happens at a certain location on the lens, right? They only show up when you got it adjusted a certain way, right? They don't always show up. The lens flare, I don't think it happens all the time. Depends on the focalness of it all. I wonder if there's a way to explain it a bit better. Try to put it into lay terms here. Lens flare, how it occurs. Let's see what sites we got. As you can see. So the light's coming, because it's really bright on this one here, it's coming in the side of the lens, and it creates a lens flare that way, but you also get reflections back from the other lens, like here. Also gets lens flare where it sort of reflects some of the light back off the other lens back through this way, and creates a false image. You know how you look at those little bright dots on the screen. So you get the glaring or flaring, and you also get the round dots. So lens flare has various types of, so it talks about reflective light here. So that's a good example there of using two lenses. The more lenses you have, the more reflections you're going to get off the lenses back to the back of the other lens, which ends up creating a false image, which I've covered many times. But the light coming right from the edge here, going through the aperture here, and if that's a smaller hole, right, I don't know if they include any images for us to use here with the aperture. But again, you can see it's all to do with optics and glass, and the aperture not being a round circle and all that sort of business. How it occurs with aperture. I wonder if they've got any images for that. They come up with the same ones. What's that one tell us? Blocked, unblocked light. Angle of view, stray light source. So is it coming through where the aperture is? I'm not too sure how the stray light works exactly here. Actual image. This is a problem. They don't normally explain it terribly great. So here we got various types of things. Let's see. So there's the different names: disc, glow, stripe, hollow, chroma, hoop, ring, fog, rays, and flare. What is it talking about? Oh, right, the flare has different type ones. Flares, rays. So this one here would be a ray from the sun. And these ones are reflections of the internal lens, right? As I was talking about creating little circles of the sun off the back of the various lenses inside. So depending on how many lenses you got, how many of these you'd get. A glow stripe. So what's the difference between... Oh right, they call that a stripe. Lens flare, is it? Polygon. Well, polygon is obviously the shape of the aperture, right? Hollow. See, it doesn't explain how they all occur though. So maybe it does on that page here. Let's have a look. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got pop-ups. Light source to then talk about each of the things. Each of these parameter groups include an checkbox. Stripe length, scale, intensity, color, position. Looks like it's too big. Yes, I thought it was going to break it down for us. Where's that diagram? Up the top here. Sets the angle for the striper. Only stripe parameters group include these parameters. What the hell does that mean? See, you're going to have to try and nut out what these experts, how they think. The problem is I find a lot of the technical experts are poor teachers. They're not able to break it down to lay terms. So me, I've got to try and nut it out, what they're trying to say, and then break it down to lay terms and draw a diagram. But I think I've explained how that's working with the aperture and how these are reflections of the back of the lens. So we've got that sort of sussed out. Obviously that looks like it's, again, these rings, looks like the edge of the lens itself, right? So it's got to be another sort type of artifact, because there's got to be a point where the light gets to the very edge of the lens where it's not bent properly, and it maybe creates a ghost image. I think that's probably what's happening. But anyway, I'll post a link to that one, see if you can make head sense of it yourself. Hey, Susan's joined us. Me, expert? No. I'm learning as we go on, same as you. I'm trying to wrap my head around what these guys are fighting over. Different types of camera flares, I guess. Reflections. Camera. I should have done it on the other screen, probably be easier to see what I'm typing. And then over this second screen here. Yeah, so I was hoping, oh, here we go. What's this one here? Understanding camera flares that we're trying to. So there's obviously the aperture, and you can see here it's a side view of it. So I wonder if they got some good diagrams. So you can see how complicated it's going to get related. There's another one with aperture. I wonder if I got And you can see all the different lenses inside that what cause all the reflections back on the back of the other lens. So it's, we can suss that out. We got that one sussed. That one's got a lot of lenses in it. And it's talking about angles here. Remember I was talking about the edge of the lens. And you can see here it inverts the image as well. So what we see with our eyes would be inverted too, but our brain flips it around. Alright, and there's one there with the camera. You can see there's a lot here. Understand in camera FLIR. So let's have a look at this one. No thanks. They're all trying to install stuff on me, right? So does this guy explain it any better? Lens diaphragm. And that we've seen that one before. Putting hoods on camera, so yeah, we've seen those. Stops the stray light coming on this angle here towards the lens, I guess, which causes the artifact, or one of the artifacts on the side anyway. So I think it's got to be the angle as well as the aperture, but not sure if anyone's explained it properly here, you know. So yeah. Now they don't include the aperture, they only got a lens here, you see, and it's right on the edge of the glass. Looks like it goes straight on instead of bending and focusing into a point. So yeah, I'm not too sure if that really explains it better. The whole problem is, did it go? I thought I typed it in. So what we're trying to do is work out what's actually inside the FLIR camera as well, because this would be the same idea. So instead of us seeing a physical UFO or plane, we're just going to see the heat signature that it's given off. And now we understand that. Mick is saying as the D rotates the horizon, inside the camera is still creating these lens flares. Or flaring. Maybe it's... So I said to him, what he needs to do is demonstrate it with an actual FLIR camera and set up the experiment with a bright light or whatever, or something that's hot, and rotate it and keep the horizon steady and see if he can duplicate the same effect. So that's really how he needs to create a debunk video, really. He's got the money. He's meant to be a millionaire, isn't he? He's got the money to buy the gear and actually set up this experiment. Well, I can only explain it with my PC and diagrams and the parts inside the camera. So, as we saw, they're saying as if the light comes in on an angle here, instead of it going right, it simply comes straight line, but if the light's coming through here, it sort of focuses it different. Because it's coming in the edge of the glass here, it's going to cause some sort of apparition, isn't it? Well, if the light's going here, it's passing through properly. But yeah, as I say, it's quite complicated to explain it. Or at least draw it anyway. So what he's saying here is the plane, and let's see if we can do that now. Mick West was saying the plane. Where's the plane gone? Why can't I see the plane? Which one was the plane? That was that one. So small. So he's saying the plane here we can't see. All we're seeing is the light's given off as a blur. Let's get rid of that going. And we're just seeing the heat signature of it. Let's see. We'll just create a funny shape for it, I suppose. That one. That's not the same thing, is it? Octagon. That's not what we wanted. Wrong one. That one, is it? Nope. Oh, that's a star. That's nice. Where's the one with the... Oh, maybe that is the one. One of the random sort of blobby thing. What can we use? One of these ones. There it is. So what we're seeing on the back of the plane is some blobbiness like that. And he's saying that some of the outside of the image is glare or flare, and that rotates around. So we'll just carry all of his video and we'll just sum it up again at the end.
Down the wrong path in giving his answers. So let's see what he says.
The way the DRO works, it's going to spin the entire scene. What it's doing is it's spinning the scene so it doesn't look like it's spinning. It's actually counteracting the effect of when the gimbal's tracking it.
Yeah, that is perfectly correct. The reason for the derotation mechanism is that the camera itself has to rotate because of the way it's gimbal mounted for various reasons, and that rotation would make the horizon look like it's at weird angles, and so they have this derotation mechanism that puts the horizon back where it should be. So it actually doesn't look like anything is rotating. It actually looks like the horizon is steady. This comes into play when the camera is tracking from left to right, because if it's over here, it has to be a certain angle, and it's over here, it actually has to kind of rotate all the way around, and I have videos explaining this. So that was correct.
And the thing is rotating. So when you look at that video, the target is rotating more than the scene is.
Right, so he's saying the target is rotating more than the scene is, and this is kind of like, I think, a bit of the misunderstanding. He's thinking that there's a target and then there's the scene, and these are two separate things. He's already starting out thinking that this target is an actual solid object. And so he kind of goes along with that, and that leads him to...
At the very end of that video, you can see a little bit of the whole scene rotate, but the target just keeps rotating. So there's nothing in the system that's going to rotate the target more than the background. This doesn't work out.
Right, that's perfectly true. You know, if you've got a background, like my bookcase is back here, and you've got a target, like this little thing here, and you rotate the entire camera, then they're both going to rotate together, obviously. That's perfectly true. But that's kind of assuming that what you see as a target is actually a solid object. If it's something else like...
Let me just reset then. And let me know if it's better.
Like a glare, then it's a bit different. So I'll get into that in a second.
You don't have to get into any arguments about whether or not it's an artifact of the target itself causing some glares or something.
Well, actually, you do. You do kind of have to get into arguments about that, because if it's a glare, then the rotation could be the orientation of the glare could be affected by components of the camera. If, for example, you take like a camera like this one here. This is a Canon 7D, and it's got like a little 50mm lens in, and it's got this...
Okay, so camera glare. What they mean by glare. There's a phenomenon caused due to bright light source either narrow or extended in or near the field of view of the camera. So we're talking about focal length there. It's typically caused when stray light reaches the sensor and could be either due to reflections at the air glass interface or the lens. So that's talking about those little blobs I was talking about. So due to scattering in the lens. The lens flare and lens glare. Have we got a diagram? Yeah, looks like it's a chapter of a book or something, is it? Yeah, no diagrams of what they mean. Glare and lightning. Why is it not show up then? Direct glare, reflected glare. So is this what they're talking about here? One of those discs on the back of the reflection off the back of the sorry, I got the mic further away because I'm trying to eat a sandwich here while it's talking. You can see here some of the light that's reflected off the back of the lens, because the light's coming into the camera from that bright source here, and some of it's being reflected back at the one of the lenses inside, or multiple lenses, and then it's coming back again. So he's saying that around the craft. So you'll have like the light off the craft here, but the rest of it on the image around of it will be the glare, and that gets rotated around inside the camera. So this is what Mick is saying, right? And you also get the flares as well, although I don't see it on the gimbal video itself. So he's talking about the glare. Okay, so we can go back to that. How's this audio sound at the moment? Alright. Don't worry, we won't spend much longer on this. We'll just finish this up here. I think I've added my bit to it to try and explain it a wee bit better.
Kind of hexagonal, I think, octagonal aperture in it, and the glare that you see around lights from that will have these little spikes on in certain directions, like up, down, left, right, and up 45 degrees, blah, blah, blah. And if you were to rotate the lens, if you actually press this button here and rotate the entire lens assembly, it actually rotates the glare. The glare itself rotates. So if there's something in the camera system ahead of the derotation mechanism that is rotating around and causes the glare itself to rotate relative to the horizon, and this is the key point, the glare rotates relative to the horizon because we're rotating the camera or part of the camera, and then we do the derotation, then puts the horizon back where it is, but since the glare has rotated relative to the horizon, the glare appears to rotate independently of the horizon. It's complicated, and I know a lot of people have trouble with it, and I have trouble explaining it to people, and it's perfectly understandable. People miss this. But anyway, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here. Let's see what John has to say.
The derotation device inside AT-FLIR is not going to rotate the target, not the background.
We're seeing
Yeah, see again there, it's just it's assuming that the target is like a solid object that's part of the scene rather than an artifact within the camera itself. I mean, it is actually a solid object, it's a jet engine, but that creates this glare artifact, which is kind of affected by the camera. So if something is rotating in the camera, then that glare will rotate relative to the horizon. Or actually, really, it's more like the horizon rotates relative to the glare, and then it rotates the horizon back to where it should be by rotating the entire scene, which rotates the glare, and the horizon looks like it hasn't moved, and the glare looks like it has moved. Complicated, I know.
the gimbal craft itself rotate. We're not seeing a glare or flare effect from this magical derotation device.
That is correct.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
It's rotating.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. It's like...
See, that's the conclusion you would reach if you don't think about what is making the shape of the glare rotate. Why does a glare have a particular shape? Now, if a glare has some kind of diamond shape, it could well be because of a diamond-shaped aperture, or it could be because of the sequence of mirrors it goes through. He talks a bit about steering mirrors earlier. It could be something to do with the window that's in front of the camera. It could be that there's very, very, very fine abrasions on the window that make the glare longer in one direction than the other. Yeah, I've seen all these things happen with different cameras. I've seen smudges on the window make the glare go in a certain direction. I've seen what appears to be something to do with the aperture that makes it be oriented in a certain direction. So these things do happen. You do get shaped glares. Glares are not just uniformly like round blobs. Quite often they have spikes, like up, down, left, right, just like the gimbal has. If you look at it closely, it has these axial spikes that go like that way, and then a longer one that way along the long axis of the saucer.
He really needs to bring up a
And so
picture
it's
to
the thing that
explain
is
it.
causing that shape, the thing that causes these spikes, is rotated in front of the derotation mechanism, then the glare is going to rotate relative to the horizon. Or, like I said before, the glare is not rotating, but the horizon is rotating. Alright, let's see what else we have.
It's so simple.
People are trying to confuse the issue.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to confuse the issue, but unfortunately it is confusing. So you can't just simply say, oh yes, the derotation mechanism rotates the entire scene, therefore the object could not rotate independently of the horizon. Yeah, I did a whole video on this. This gimbal UFO, why does the gimbal rotate, why does the glare rotate when the horizon does not? I can append this to this video, but I tried to explain it there, but like I say, it's understandably difficult to grasp, and I think John is perfectly capable of grasping it. Obviously, he's a technician who understands these things, but I think the way Jeremy has explained it to him has kind of left him with like a simple understanding of what the issue is. And so it's really Jeremy's fault here, I think, unfortunately, not really communicating the actual explanation to John. But let's see, what else do we have?
Those arguments don't matter. This is a mid-wave infrared camera, right? So it's looking at between like 3 and 5 microns. That's the wavelength of the radiation. That's 3,000 to 5,000 nanometers. You're looking at the background and the same wavelength that you're looking at the target. That's what's important. The whole scene. You're seeing...
I'm not sure that's really important. I mean, it's just saying that it's just a single picture. It's a single image, and it's just light coming in. It's like saying, oh, this hand here is getting light at the same wavelength as the bookcase back there, so they're part of the same scene. I mean, yeah, that's true, but it's not really that relevant. It's just kind of a more technical way of saying it's just a single image. So, not really that relevant.
The same wavelengths of energy from the background as you are from the target. Okay, it's just a different amount of flux. How many photons per second are coming in? That's all. It's different between the target and the background.
Brightness, different brightnesses.
Regardless of if it's reflective or refractive, it's going to change the background and the target the same. So just think of a mirror of a flat surface.
It's just going on about
most likely
essentially the same thing, how a derotation mechanism rotates an entire image, which is understood.
So the best bit of this is really adds on this video at the end, but beware of debunkers.
Is in the morning. Yeah, beware. Well, any thoughts? Yes, I do have some thoughts, and these are they. So, I think I'll just I'll just attach this gimbal UFO video, and you should watch this.
What's it?
And
stay there, you little sucker. What's it moving up? Was that a bug? Wasn't it? Stay.
This actually might help if you didn't follow what was happening before.
It's silly.
or perhaps this might help explain what the actual theory is. I'd like to talk to anybody who disagrees with me so I can explain it or have it explained to me. So that would be great. Yeah. So something I'm asked a lot regarding the gimbal video is if it's just a glare, if it's just some kind of glare in the camera, then how can the glare rotate when the horizon doesn't rotate? How can the glare rotate independently of the horizon? Now, it's actually not that complicated. Now, the way the camera is mounted, it has to rotate when it goes over 0 degrees, when it's going over the forward-facing direction, just because of the way it's mounted, because of the gimbal system. This is an unwanted rotation. So what they do is they have a thing called a derotation mechanism that levels out the rotation to make it so that the horizon is the way it should be, which is level to the actual horizon as seen by the pilot. So this derotation mechanism is applied after the actual rotation of the camera to remove the unwanted rotation. So let's see what that looks like. If we have this little camera here and we rotate it and say that's an unwanted rotation and we want to remove this unwanted rotation, we just apply a derotation to it. In this case, I just used a motion tracker to track the motion and remove the rotation. So we've derotated it here, which gives the horizon, my garage door here, remains steady, and the glare itself rotates, because the glare is a function of a part of the camera. And if we are rotating the camera, the glare rotates relative to the horizon. And so if we then apply this derotation to get the horizon steady, the horizon doesn't rotate and the glare does rotate. So that explains what's going on in the gimbal UFO video. The glare...
Okay, so what he's saying is part of this object is the glare, and it's rotating with the artifact of the camera lens system. So the heat doesn't actually look like that, but some of it is glare, and those little spiky bits could be part of the aperture where they stick, the flare causes a flare, right? But the thing is here, we're seeing all this image as heat, but we're not actually seeing any glare or flares on the cloud here. So it only looks like it's constant on the whole image, but it's because these ain't got artifacts in it. As the image is stabilized, as the plane rotates or whatever, changes angle of banking. You can see that with this image here, where it sort of adjusts it with that derotation thing very quickly.
Move the rotation. So we've derotated it here, which gives the, if we are rotating the camera, the glare rotates relative to the horizon. And so if we then apply this derotation to get the horizon steady.
So here he's tried to simulate a FLIR camera, where you can see the background temperature is all constant, and this object here is given off intense light. It's creating the artifact, but the background is fairly constant, and it doesn't cause the same artifact, is what he's saying.
The horizon doesn't rotate, and the glare does rotate. So that explains what's going on in the gimbal UFO
here, though,
video.
there is some flicker as it's derotating.
Yeah.
Just watch the clouds here.
The glare is rotating because the camera is rotating. The horizon isn't rotating because they don't want it to rotate. The rotation is unwanted, a function of the gimbal system. The derotation rotates the glare, and that's what we're seeing here. You can try this yourself.
Okay, so I'm not sure if we got... did I put the Mick West one down? Mick West vid on answering Corbell's experts. I should have been using the other screen again. So we want the actual gimbal video so we can have a better look at what it's doing. But it's starting to make sense now, I think. With the help of me. Let's see. Why is it not coming up? There's other people talking about cameras. Gimbal. Oh, here we go. Okay, that's the go first one. Which he said was a balloon. So we'll just have a look at
Roger.
So could that have been a balloon, not a UFO? And they're trying to see if they can lock it on with the target system. And says, I got it! Finally got a lock on there where you can fire a missile or whatever.
Shooting. Did you box moving target? No, I took an auto track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, look at
Yeah, so this is the gimbal one. Where they've got the colours inverted, is it?
Dude, that is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of.
Okay, so this little dot up here is the compass heading north. So they're obviously tacking the plane. You can see the angle of the wings here to the horizon. So they're obviously turning.
What's on the ASA? My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west.
Okay, so now they've inverted the image.
Look at that thing, dude.
Now the blur around it is to enhance it, so that's probably done by the firmware side of it, which we don't know how they do that. But it'd be similar to our software we use on the editor. So you got to remember the real heat signatures in there, and some of it's this apparition, abrasion, or whatever they call it, a technical word for it. Glare, as they call it. He's calling it glare and flare.
That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. It is the LNS.
So you can see here the sort of changing the wing thing, and so the whole de-rotating thing's happening pretty quickly. But you can see the glare is being rotated within the FLIR camera itself.
Well, if there's like...
So there you go. So it must have been...
Look at that thing!
So you can see the wings here are changing. So the angle of the image is changing.
Well, if there's like... Look at that thing!
See that?
It's rotating.
So as the plane's moving, that thing's rotating.
Well, if there's like... Look at that thing!
See that? So this is the thing that the Corbell experts are not pointing out. As this is moving, that suddenly moves as well. Which is what Mick West is saying. It's got to be internal to the camera.
That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. It is the LNS, dude. Well, if there's like... Look at that thing! It's rotating.
What's that one? That's the first one, wasn't it? What was that one called? Limits? Even out of focus, isn't it? Terrible footage. And it's got no sound. And we got no horizon on this one. So that one's obviously the wings are level. And they got a lock on it. So yeah. And then it zooms off, doesn't it? The lock. Doesn't it zoom off to the side? They zoomed in there. Yeah, it zooms off to the side, right? They're saying that it accelerated away. Mick West was saying it's because they changed the zoom level. It got bigger and bigger as it was zooming off. So it made it look like it was going faster. So that's another problem. So look at this one here. You see how it suddenly rotated? Maybe it sort of, they must have, the pod itself must have rotated or something. Something glitched there, didn't it? I think there must be a glitch.
Well, if there's a... Look at that thing! It's rotated.
Let's see if we can see that again. So this is where it gets confusing. So it's all constant now.
That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is LNS, dude. Well, if there's like...
So there obviously was some movement because we saw the clouds move a wee bit, but this sort of stayed constant. So does that mean that the pod actually wobbled, or the plane was sort of not changing, but did the pod wobble a wee bit there, which rotated the image? Now the plane's moving.
It's rotating.
And then it went vertical there, but still the plane was in the same level. So what happened there at the end, I don't know. It's a wee bit confusing to see. So could that be a wobble in the pod, or could there actually be some movement of the craft itself? So maybe it's not black and white, maybe it's something in between. And maybe that's the whole problem. Maybe it's not conclusive either way, right? Not too sure if he's explained that sudden change in movement there. Because it seemed to be constant there with the slight movement. It would move if it was FLIR, but suddenly at the end it tipped upwards like that. So that needs to be addressed, I think. I don't know if he's done it in his past videos now or not. But it really needs to be gone over again properly, I think. The whole problem is we don't know what changes the military have done to their FLIR system. That's all top secret, right? We can only go by what's available publicly and what patents are out there. And the patents are like block diagrams, they're not actually step-by-step instructions. So let's go back to this guy here, the first guy that was trying to debunk Mick West. He tries to explain it.
I'm a depot level.
He's got very poor volume.
I'd like to explain to you what I think about the
So this is where my booster comes in.
This is the one that has the object that appears to be moving independent of the horizon instead of the whole scene moving and such. And in this video, I'd like to explain to you why I think that's exactly what happens. So some debunkers look at this patent that they found online. Okay, it's got a bunch of diagrams. Look at all these things. I don't know what's going on with this. Optical pass. Man, confusing. I don't know what to make of this. Long explanation of what's going on.
He's an expert, remember, and he can't make head sense of it.
Then they're like, hey, well, we found something. There's a derotation device. See how it has rotation in the name? It's right there. It's on the diagram. So somewhere in the lens is there, something goofy's going on, and that's probably what's making that whole glaring, flaring thing going on. Gotta happen, right? It's gotta be it. So the question is, Does this object only appear to rotate due to the internal lenses of this derotation device? These internal lenses that somehow refract the image? And the answer is no. This video will explain why. Disclaimer. In this video, all thoughts are my own. I represent no company or government agency. Contractor as such. So what does that mean? FLIR technician is somebody who works on forward-looking infrared, or FLIR. And it moves as a whole unaltered object. This can be easily explained in terms of the optics involved. This can also be explained without disclosing proprietary information.
So he's going to look at that patent, and he's going to talk about the derotation and not address the internal workings of the FLIR itself, which doesn't sort of answer the question of the glare and flare. But you'll see that as it develops on. And he talks about his mate being Corbell. You know, as you know, Corbell associates with frauds out there. So yeah, makes him less credible when he says he's a friend of Corbell as well.
Take this video.
So he's got images here of planes with FLIR, but not the military system, right? Where it keeps it horizon level.
I recorded of an FA.
But you can see here straight away, we got flares happen, and also probably glare as well. You know, back of the lens. And that's the whole problem.
18, moving away from me. The heat signature from the jet makes a peculiar pulsing and a sharp spiking. Some people refer to this as glaring or flaring.
That's because it is. Okay, so you saw a picture of the plane before they turned on into infrared mode. Or it went to afterburners there, I'm not too sure.
Here's another video of an FA-18. This time it's banking. You can see the heat signature change as well as the jet changing itself.
So that must be normal mode, is it? Night vision, and then they turn it to thermal.
After comparing these videos to the gimbal video,
there you go, it turns into another mode here.
I reached out to
but you can see the plane, and
my friend.
Obviously the black is very hot, and the body of the plane is a lot cooler, but it's still. I suppose we got no heat scale. Normally you have like an indication of the heat scale next to it, compared to the background cloud.
Filmmaker Jeremy.
But you can see here we've also got spikes happening, and obviously glaring as well.
Corbell to discuss the matter. He suggested I make this video that you're seeing right now. Alright, so there's a picture of the FLIR, which I crudely represented here. A couple of tubes and an 8-ball.
Okay, so I just drew that, so it was a lot easier drawing it. So there's the camera that is creating this tube here.
But it'll get the point across. Let's assume this is the body-mounted infrared camera.
And then he's got that derotation system here, which I draw as a cylinder. Go back to the first one. Cylinder, and then he's got a black ball in front.
This is going to be your optics group that rotates independently of the body camera. Thus,
I guess he's no good on graphics.
The horizon. And this will be your elevation.
So the white spot would be where the light goes in.
Move left to right.
Left to right, up and down.
Okay, in this video path illustration, we see.
So now he's got the patent page up here. And it's got all these mirrors that one can turn. These ones look like they're fixed. And then that's in the derotation. And then the body mount Looks like it splits the image to laser targeting, and goes on to relayed imager, whatever that means. Then it goes through another set of mirrors here, and it goes to another device, and then it goes on towards the FLIR camera down here.
The roll gimbal, which would be your optics.
So I'm just wondering if they have a half mirror there. Obviously it's got to be a half mirror. They might be reflecting some frequencies of light to another device and letting the heat frequencies pass through. That's what's got to be happening there. Or a whole bank of frequencies go through there, and then it splits it off again and filters it only the infrared to the FLIR camera. So I guess that's how you do it. I can't see how you could sort of separate the light through filters and mirrors, so you can make a duplicate. Without having multiple, I guess, sensors, right, from the original source. With 2 lights and 2 separate cameras at the front. So yeah, it's quite interesting.
Mounted, which is illustrated there, are separated by line A, which would be right here. That is your separation, or demarcation, if you will. Okay, let's talk about infrared optics. This might be a little confusing, so I'll go through it kind of slow.
Well, no matter how slow you go, it's
as far
always
as
going to be
infrared
confusing.
optics, when you think about lenses in windows, things that look like this, that could be made of silicone or germanium, something like that. They're semiconductor metalloids. They allow the infrared wavelength to pass through. Is in terms of windows, they can also configure the infrared. And what I mean by that is, if you have a focus lens, it'll obviously focus. The same with a zoom. There can be a continuous zoom or a flip zoom.
It's clear as mud.
Step zoom.
Yeah, let's just skip on.
Twists and turns, and this is just 2-dimensional, but it goes all different crazy directions. What they do is they reflect the daylight image, but what it's intended for is an infrared image. Now, they also have configurations like this. This is also an infrared mirror, but this one has 245s, 245-degree angles, and you can see when I turn, it rotates the image. So if the infrared is passing through this, and this is pointed back at you, they can also make one that is pointing forwards by means of boop, boop, boop. That kind of angling to pass the infrared video signal through and yet rotate it without distorting, contorting, or changing the video scene whatsoever. That's the heart of the whole argument. Okay, now let's take a look at the same infrared mirrors with the FLIR 1 camera.
Yeah. So basically they're just talking about the derotation part, which is not what Mick West has been talking about the whole time. So they haven't really proven anything here.
It's rotating without distorting. Okay, so let's start off with your scene here. You have a cloud horizon and the object that is rotating independently of it. So it's going to come in through the front window, something like that. It's going to bounce off some of these infrared mirrors. It's going to go through the afocal 4 optics. And then this is where we have the demarcation of the tube. Okay, it's going to pass through, it's going to go through the derotation device. It's going to bounce off of 342 there, come down into the infrared camera. Okay, if you follow this blue hyperlink right there, you'll probably find this tidbit of information about the derotation device 330, which may include reflective optical elements, e.g. minors, and can be, for example, an all-reflective derotation device. What that means is it's not going to be using windows or lenses as such, but it's going to be using infrared mirrors. Here's a video of a FLIR looking at an 800-degree Fahrenheit soldering iron. It's positioned next to a metal test bench leg for reference, and it's behind the FLIR. I'm using the same dual IR mirror assembly and angling it back towards the side of the FLIR so it captures the heat signature of the iron. I'm then rotating the IR mirror assembly with my hands to simulate a one-axis roll rotation. This is what the scene would look like if the operator rolled the FLIR.
So they're not taking into account of the aperture and focus sitting, right? So you got to get it where you're getting the glare and the flares happening. And then you'll see probably what Mick is pointing out, right?
Without the derotation device, notice the entire scene rotates proportionally. The rotation is also relatively smooth, even by hand. Even though the heat signature of the iron saturates the scene, the shape of the iron is relatively consistent, with the exception of some auto gain.
Yeah, so you can see it glaring then, very bright.
Level features. The dual IR mirror assembly only mirrors the scene, and it doesn't refract the heat signature of the soldering iron. This demonstrates that even if an all-reflective derotation device is used to observe the scene, it would not alter anything about the infrared scene, as it is purely reflecting what it sees.
So, yeah, they didn't address what Mick was on about.
Conclusion. Based on the video evidence, available online information from Raytheon, and personal experience, there is no reason for me to conclude anything other than the gimbal object does indeed rotate independent of the horizon.
So you can see there, it doesn't even talk about inside the FLIR camera. No aperture, no lenses, and all that sort of stuff. So that whole part of the explanation has been missed out. So really it's a nothing burger again. So this is, I'll put it on the screen over here. FLIR expert number 1. This is the internal camera, glare and FLIR workings. So yeah, you can go and watch the whole video if you want to. So yeah, pretty much done with that now, I hope. I think hopefully my explanation was a bit better. Explaining it. Which was inside the camera itself. So yeah, because they have this aperture in the camera that they're using filming, they're not getting the glare and the flaring happening when they're rotating it. So you're not seeing that these are changing on a slightly different angle to the actual heat image of the soldering iron. If that makes any sense. Complicated, as they keep saying. It's complicated. I think what Mick needs to do a proper experiment with a FLIR camera like he did in the lab there in the garage. Instead of using a normal regular camera, just use this higher one or something. I don't know how much a FLIR camera is now. FLIR. Cost, because they used to be like 20 grand, didn't they? And now there's all sorts of cheap ones you can get. So here we go. FLIR 1 Pro, 636. So Mick should better afford what basic one at least. What's this one here? Just a sensor, thermal. 73 without any cases. There we go. Getting up to more of a professional one. Thermal night vision, that would probably be closer to what the plane uses, is it? For 1500, it's still quite expensive. FLIR mount. So you should be able to make the experiment, I reckon. What if you can hire them? FLIR camera. Probably would be some hiring place. For rent, here we go. I wonder how much a day it is. Does it tell us? You have to ask there. So that's a handheld one. That might be a... You'd have to get it into black and white mode, I guess. Oh. No, it doesn't say how much. So why don't they list do yourself rent? Do it yourself rent. I suppose they use it for checking any leaks in households, right? That sort of stuff. See how much heat's being lost through roofs. Again, they don't say how much it is, but surely it wouldn't be that much a day. $20 a day. Price. Hey, you could just borrow the one from the coloured night vision from the guys. The bros. Third phase. Have we got any prices? No. All prices are exclusive. Okay. But that's buying them, I think. Probably New Zealand, is it? Oh yeah, New Zealand's probably going to be expensive. Whoa! 24,000. Fever detection assistant. What's so special about these ones? Oh yeah, like in the picture. 4,000. So what's the difference between the price ranges then? New thermal imager. New sensors. 4,000. 24. So what's so special about that one? Mind you, 2,000 or less, 4,000 still should be in Mick West's price range. That's New Zealand, so you probably get it cheaper in America. Anyway, on to... right, yeah, here's his tweet about it all here, and that's my replies to it. So... I said, Mick, the only way to do it is to... I think he blocks me or mutes me anyway, but so the only way is to buy a FLIR camera and demonstrate it with a FLIR camera to see if it's got the same artifacts. And I put up that other video there, which I think he's seen, but it pays to add it to the tweet, I think, so other people can watch it. Next tweet. So yeah, I suppose we're going to hear a bit more about that over the coming months, maybe. So we'll see what happens. So I thought I'd mention it today. I didn't expect to spend so long on it though. So that brings us to the third phase, guys. Okay, I think I know what that one is and how it's done, but we'll come back to it. So where's Charles today? I haven't seen Charles down the side. Has he been on? Has anyone sent him a message? He normally doesn't forget about Saturdays and Sundays, though. So maybe they got sick. Something's happened. So let's start with not that one. I want to go back a few videos. Oh, actually, I was going to talk about this this old case that we looked at where the guy saw a UFO, but I'll leave that till after. I think. How are we going for time? Probably going to end up not doing UFO stalker, aren't I? But anyway, we'll get there. There's always another day to resume stuff. So yeah, this is where we got to last time. That one there with the line. So this is the latest one here, and that's, I mean, the latest one next, and then there's another one there. And guess what? Pardon me. And they're promoting Greer again. And frauds promote frauds. So yeah, reputation killer keeping having Greer on there, but they don't seem to care. Because what did Blake say? Blake attacked me, by the way. He didn't like me putting out his pages and pages of traffic violations. Yeah, and other people said, well, how can someone have so many traffic violations? That's not a cab driver. And that's the truth of it. Obviously, they don't care about road rules, right? But yeah, he attacked me and also said I was trolling him. I said, no, I'm exposing him. So, let's start looking at this video here and break it down for you.
Third phase of moon.
Do I need to up it?
Third phase of moon.
So speaking of night vision, color night vision, these guys got their nice little camera, color night vision. And they're saying they're UFO hunting, but clearly they don't have a clue what they're doing. And they got the big torch that they blind the camera with, and it's this show, right? It's just shows. They're not actually UFO hunting. It's not like you set up a camera, sit out all night long till the sun comes up, right? You don't go through the footage. They're just posing it, using it for an intro here as a filler.
And it's kind of incredible. It's a really amazing night. We have some cookies. That's the chirping you hear in the background, but wait until you see what this bad boy does when we turn it on. I'm gonna go get in front of the camera right now. We're gonna get a side-by-side comparison of what this actually looks like. Brent, go ahead and turn on the psionics and blow everybody away.
Psionic.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, the most incredible camera on the market. And you know what? I'm just saying it because I love what the psionics is able to capture, the incredible...
Alright, so it's like Zero Loom, but it's also able to register the colors. You can see the sky is sort of blue. We got some red in the clouds. The clouds are still fairly dark, and you can see his skin tones there. So it's quite amazing. It turns night into day almost.
Incredible clarity, and let me tell you, it's not just night vision. You're looking at full spectrum color at night, which is amazing.
So they really need like a telephoto lens on it too, don't they? And where's the stars? Why can't we see stars? You should be able to see little bright lights in the sky.
And we're going to be keeping an eye out because right now I have this beautiful cloud behind me. You can see this, this strand. Hopefully we get to...
You can even see some green in the grass here.
See some action in regards to UFOs tonight, but it's going to be a really clear, incredible spectacle tonight, and it's amazing that you guys are joining us on this live premiere. It's just a matter of hours as we're filming this that you're seeing this. Guys, what do you guys think? Are we coming in clear? The footage is amazing on the psionics. Brent's is behind the camera. Brent's doing a good job holding it down, but you guys let me know if you see anything. We're going to be keeping an eye out, and we also have... Okay, guys, that's right.
They just bullshit us, right? And then they start flinging around a big bright torch.
At the horizon right now, and it's pretty much, it's falling apart, but it's still beautiful, but it's not pitch black yet. But this camera's really doing an outstanding job. Psionics.
So that explains that the sun's still going down, so there is some background light, so that explains the colour down there.
Rocks, actually. Do you guys watching this live premiere with us? We're joining you on the chat. What do you guys think? Should we do more of these UFO hunts? Are you enjoying?
Oh no, you only been doing it for how many years? 20 odd? Why would you do UFO hunting and actually do something real with all the money they've got to spend on cameras?
The scenery behind us. Did you even see anything behind us yet? We're just gonna put up this video raw and let it play out. We don't even know if there's anything being captured at this moment, but right now this is incredible stuff. Our
real
archive,
professionals.
Right, the Third Phase Moon, the UFO videos. Yeah, I was going over a few, and I'm looking at the numbers, and they weren't really seen very many times. So I'm like, this needs to be reintroduced, and we're happy to share, I think, 3 or 4 videos tonight with you that is basically low on the radar. So when should we start this UFO?
So we're originally going to get to the video, so here it is.
Hey, take a look at this, blood. Look at it.
Look it up, man.
Just look at it. Look at it.
Look it up. What are we looking at? What's this one? Okay, there you go. Not exciting, is it, guys? Just a light in the sky. So that one's not too impressive.
Alright, we had to edit out some of the audio there, but you get the picture here. Something strange is being captured over the San Francisco Bay. Look, it just dropped something there.
Yeah, so is this thing dropping stuff?
Now, this is an incredible video. We're watching this right now. You saw the raw, but now that we just got a close-up look at it, it definitely shows something being detached from the main UFO object itself. This is actually quite extraordinary footage coming in. This is amazing. Brett, what's your first thoughts?
Yeah, we need to give a big shout out.
Yeah, so it looks to me like there was some blinking light there on this light here, which kind of suggests it could be a helicopter or plane.
To the YouTuber that gave us permission to share this. Who was that, Blake?
That was O'Marley 510. We're going to be sharing the original link below for sure.
When I saw that thing.
So could it be like a military jet that's dropped a fuel tank? Could well be. So it's not too exciting there.
Thing just released some sort of drone. Who knows what it is?
Drone don't suddenly drop and then disappear. They'd soup off, wouldn't they? It wouldn't drop physically down like with gravity.
It is. There's something nefarious going on, and this is not normal over the San Francisco skies. This is very unusual activity, and what is it? What in the world?
Well, we just told you.
Maybe
Mostly likely a
could have been some kind
military
of
plane dropping a fuel tank or some parcel.
There looking for maybe a possible abductee.
What do we got next? Let's see, camera, is it? So what was that flying past? A plane?
Well, we can...
So they're going back to their video, is it? Let's see, where is the thing? Saw something flying around. Bugs, right? Being illuminated. That was bugs then. Is Is it time lapse as the sun's coming up again, or what? I can see a star there, or a couple of stars. So they're not explaining it. They're just rotating around on a tripod that's automatically rotating. So we got no reference what's going on. Is it even time lapse, or is that real time bug flying through there? Or could it be a plane coming to land if it's time lapsed? You know. There's no explanation for it. Anyway, where's the next video? Oh, this is where they get the torch out and blind the system.
Alright, well, this is pretty an amazing night. And the star's about to clear up. The psionics is...
You can see more bugs now.
Looking good, and we're looking out. It's so clear.
Great stuff, guys.
Hawaii is the best place to look for UFOs. We're gonna see if we could kind of draw them in. You know, we're not those summoners. We're just, you know, you just never know. You never know.
We could try it though. Maybe we'll just do a little.
Well, don't aim at the camera. You've done bums.
Give it a try. Let's look up in the sky, focus, and I hear Robert Bingham. This is a technique, so we'll see if that actually helps.
See, there's a bug. UFO.
Are you guys liking this incredible?
Yep, we'll give it a like.
Technology with the psionics, it's amazing. We're flashing around.
That's a moth.
We're looking around.
Another moth flying around.
Apparently, it's going to be a huge meteor shower tonight.
But if we all had that sort of technology, I think we'd be getting a lot more interesting footage of real UFOs.
So far, I haven't seen anything yet, but we even got more videos coming in. Brent, how's that one from Russia, from Maxim Tripo?
Yeah, this is
Are
one
these
I'm more
military
interested
flares,
in.
or are there something else? What's your opinion?
To have some sort of dynamic to it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so here's...
Что-то приближается к нему, да.
Вот это вот летит.
So, as you know, Russia have a lot of military exercises, especially on the border of Ukraine. And again, I've talked about this many times before. This is clearly going to be targeted flares, which are red, and they drop them in a whole heap, and then the parachutes open, and then they ignite. And what happens is, on the ground, they have cannons, or machine guns, or whatever, and they calibrate their telescopes and target them, and see if they can punch holes in the parachutes and actually get the things to shoot downwards. Now they know they're on target, right? Mostly done with artillery, those big guns, where the shrapnel shreds the parachutes and they come down.
И они что, собираются в кучку типа?
Я не знаю. Ну вот третья эта штука, третий раз вот это слева приближается. Вот, оно что-то...
В одну кучку убило.
Да. Видел, даже вспышка как была.
So you can see the fit one
смотри, вот, одно падает.
parachute because it's coming down.
Ты видео снимаешь?
Да.
А ты близко.
And it's gone out.
Да, я
You can see they don't last. We know they burn for 5 minutes too, right?
Но вот это уже второй раз оно...
So it looks like they hit 2 balloons that were stuck together. 2 parachutes, I mean.
Не, ну как бы много.
And then they hit it again, and then another bit broke off, or another one detached from it.
Что-то не похоже.
So they're saying this is releasing drones. No.
Современные могут.
Да ну, Саша.
Я видел. Да? Я был в Москве, там их новые самолеты.
In fact, I think I can hear possibly gunfire in the background on it, actually.
Блин, такое излучение просто, да? Яркий свет, они тоже давать не могут.
And we have no explanation other than this could be some kind of...
No explanation, guys. These are 20+ year experts. Although he said on one of his videos coming up that he's no expert and he wants to get the stuff out to you as fast as possible. Yeah, so they can make money of it. I think I got some screen snapshots of what they said, have I? I should have, but it's probably on Twitter.
That's a UFO sighting, or military flares, as some people might speculate. What's your
That's because it is.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now, and I don't see no descent of these objects. They seem to be
They
stationary.
won't, because they're miles away and they're on parachutes and they drop really, really, really slowly. In fact, if you get a gust of wind, they can even go upwards, right?
On the bottom, it just stays right there, horizontal, parallel with what we're
You can
looking
see how
at.
far away they
There's
are.
no motion to it. This really
You're not
seems
even
to
going to
be
see the
an
smoke.
extraterrestrial event. Look at the flash there. There's some massive flashing going on, but
Yeah, because the bullets are hitting them.
descending from whatever formation they were at, and you can see.
So you hit a whole bunch of them
drop
there,
of,
two of them
some
coming down.
unidentified flying object from
Then
the
they hit
mass
it
formation
again,
above.
goes
What
out,
are we looking at? This is, and then it just
and that one gets
dissipates.
away, by the looks of it. Normally you drop it over the sea, so they don't catch a bushfire. All negative on this one, is it, Shelley? See, I got my chat on the side there as well. On the other screen. Okay, was there anything else on this one?
Not
Look how blurry that is.
not of this Earth.
Good
right here
UFO
on
hunting
our
skills.
planet. So I think the consensus is building, and I think Third Phase Moon is one of the reasons why it's building. People are submitting their incredible UFO videos to us, and it's
They're sending you stuff that they think they could have a laugh off. Or they're not submitting it to you, because every video that we've seen so far, they've trolled other YouTube channels asking permission, right? They're not submitting them to them at all. That's just absolutely lies. I bet if we looked at these ones, they're asking permission for, probably, if they've got any links to it. Okay, so let's see if they ask permission on this one. They're not being submitted at all, you lying toad. Why is it taken down? It's been taken down already. They must have got a lot of bad press about it. So where's all the other footage from Ukraine and all that, right? So we can't look at their permission. I bet there's a comment on their video, just like the plane one, where they're asking permission, which I've shown before. Not submitted, not sent by email, not sent by secure Proton mail or hush mail or whatever that's out there.
incredible to share it with you. Eyewitness testimony. We get videos from around the world, and we give you our opinion on what we think they are. And again, I don't think we get it right. Hardly any.
He's saying they don't get it right hardly any of the time, right?
Any of the time. We admit that. We're not UFO experts. We're just giving.
He admits they're not experts, but they're quite happy to say they are. #1 channel, UFO channel. And they're quite happy for Norway and all the others to call them experts when they get introduced.
We need the evidence as fast as possible. And that's what Third Phase of Moon is going to continue.
So they want to get the evidence out there as fast as possible, even though it's total garbage. And it's not even a UFO. Anything that they can make a buck off.
Continue to do. Again, an incredible night tonight.
Mysterious lights captured around the world. We have 2 incredible videos that we want to share with you right now. Take a look at this. This is coming in from Europe. We're trying to lock down the exact location.
Looks like illumination flares this time.
Skies over there is quite amazing.
See, that one just showing up there. Coming in from Europe, so obviously Eastern Bloc is it. Yeah, so what do we got? Could be drones going up and down. I think they're moving up and down, were they? Where's it? That's sort of red illumination flares. But let's see. Could be a reflection on the window as well. Does it do anything abnormal like a UFO would do? Now, why would you go down there and film? What have we got here? It keeps moving. Keep it still. I'm trying to zoom in. Did it just switch off the lights in the background? A torch or something? Looks like it's going through a window. That one looks like a hoax. Yeah, let's go back a bit. Yeah, that's where the beginning is. Is it a
Whatever's
torch being
being
waved
captured in the
around?
night skies over there is quite amazing.
Is this colour night vision? I don't think it is. Night sky, he said. It looks a bit whispery, doesn't it? Look, it's off a window. Could be CGI, of course. I wonder if this is one of these recycled CGI videos doing the rounds again. Doesn't focus very well, does he? That could be anything really. Could be drones that the lights were turning off and on. Could even be planes, couldn't it? And some illumination flares even. So look, at the beginning there where they're going up, was that the planes flying around? Let's just have a look going.
We have two incredible videos that we want to share with you right now. Take a look at this. This is coming in from Europe. We're trying to lock down the exact location, but whatever is being captured in the night skies over there is quite amazing.
Would there be 3 planes? Didn't they drop flares? Let's see. One near each other. Dogfight. Simulating an attacking missile. And then they've gone to the cloud layer, is it? Looks like it. Then come out the cloud again. Is it planes? Or have they just dropped some flares out the cloud? It kind of looks like that though, doesn't it? Planes flying, doing a dogfight inside the cloud cover. And then release some illumination flares. And now they're gradually floating down. And that one's gone out, that one's gone out. Do they come back on? Because we know the flares only have a certain duration. So they must have been dropped longer than that from the cloud layer then. Yeah, it looks like flares, doesn't it? They've just gone out. So the 3 dots flying around. Alright, there's another one being dropped, is it? All set. Could have dropped some more, see. Well, it could be just planes just flying around together. Well, it could even be drones going inside the clouds and outside the clouds. So yeah. No, I don't think that's a mystery. But that one's a wee bit hard to debunk. To me, the way it was moving, it was very drone-like or plane-like. It didn't look like it was alien craft-like, you know, because they weren't doing something crazy like they said on the Nimitz videos, you know. It's not like a light shot straight vertically up 1,000 feet in a second or whatever, or straight down and then stopped dead still. I don't think you'd better do that with G-forces. You couldn't rule out drones though, but you could rule out it being a plane at least. So on to the next video. What did they say on this one? Anything useful? How many people got it? Look, targeting flares. Good to see the channel still going. Are you crazy, mate? I'm saying there's no more story good. And shillcocks. You ruin your camera with the flashlight, turn it off. I suppose they could burn out the sensor, couldn't they? Over what do you call it? Illuminate it. What's that one about idiots? Type 0 civilization. We are the tourist destination for beings from other planets. We are known as the idiots. Well, certainly third phases. The government is dropping surveillance drones. Nah. Can't see anything because you keep pointing flashlight. Flashlight is too bright. Oh my god, what a camera. Those lights split into the other scenes to explode. That is crazy. So what was that one? I think that was targeting flares, wasn't it? Love yous guys. God bless. Just my husband and his alien friends looking for our neighbors. Crazy comments, right? Nothing useful there. Meteorites, no. Excellent videos, guys. Some people don't take much to impress, does it? Unbelievable. You all keep messing the videos up by shining the light. These guys need drones. They are drones. Sometimes I wonder if some of yous are in the same world. I think she means us. Cindy. I see a lot of bugs. Yep. What's that one? What are they song about? So no one's actually said what I said, right? And they're none the wiser, right? And they'll never be on this channel. They won't tell people what that really was. So unless they come over to my channel, they're not going to find out. So let's move on to the next one. This
Very
one's a bit
strange,
more
but I'm glad
interesting.
we got some incredible insight from this breaking news coming in from Paul Bryan TV. Rich, let's start it off with you. What do you make of this video?
All right, so I'm gonna watch this video.
Okay, we got the brain dead onto it. So let's have a look at the links here. So did they ask permission or were they sent it? Below, permission granted, you see. So let's go to the link. It wasn't sent to them. They trolled it. Okay, so here's the original. So that's probably what we need to watch. What the hell is it? UFO, Cambridge, UK 2020. See, I don't know, what's this guy on about? Was trying to record heavy lightning. What's happened after these stupid hot days? Ended up with this instead. So that was August, not long ago. What's the date today? 16th here, so that means that UK would have been 14th in my time. I thought it was a flock of birds at first. Looks sectioned. Okay. So have this guy's tried to make a fake to try and get publicity to the channel. So let's work through it. Let's see, let's have a quick look at their channel videos, see what they're about, what they describe themselves as. He's got a smirk on his face. Bored, we drop in and watch stuff. Well, drop in and watch stuff. Okay. Right, Paul Bryan TV. So, what's the point of it? I'm from the UK. You may have seen me previously as Will It Crush? Is that the people that use those big crushing machines? And there's a really popular channel, Romanians, is it? Or Ukrainians that have this big crushing machine. They put things in it and people will just watch it and send them lots of money. So it's crazy. And they send them objects to crush. So yeah, it doesn't really say much about them, does it? So what is he doing? The latest one here, 2.6 thousand views. What's that say? So it looks like all random stuff here, not UFOs. No pranks. I can't see any pranks here. Perfect slicing. Wet slap in slow motion. So maybe they do a few stunts then. 3D printed ballistic. Ghost ones, is it? Ballistics again. Water experiment. Explosions. So it's possible they could have set up something to trick third phase, you reckon? Oh, here's a crusher. Crushing eggs. Looks like they do various crazy things, right? So it makes a wee bit suspect, this video, to me anyway. So let's play it and have a watch. It's only 11 seconds long. So not much of it there. Get rid of that autoplay stupidness. Keeps turning on. So where has seen that before? We're gonna have to do it in slow motion. So what's the red flags we look for in hoaxing video? Trees, lampposts where you can put fishing line on. As you know, fishing line is very hard to see. So it just comes up here in the last bits. So we can see there's treetops here. So does it come behind the chimney or from that tree there? Looks like it's coming from the tree. Or another tree that's behind this that we're not seeing because of the angle of the camera. So we're going to need to slow it right down. Yep. You can see it's not flapping like a bird. We've got motion blur and probably roller shutting happening. Definitely rolling shutting there and motion blur. Can't see any wing flapping. So it's some type of object. So it's definitely on the camera. It goes behind the windowsill here. So what happens after this point? So it should be traveling about here, about now. Where the cursor is. Should be there by now. There. And it should be popping out about now. Where does it get to? So it stops behind the windowsill here, so that's kind of suspicious. So to me, it looks to me like it's something on a line. Something on a line that goes to that tree off in the distance here. Probably this neighbor's house, is it? Could be a neighbor's house with a tree. And let's see, we'll just keep a watch of it. Fishing line. Okay, does it become behind the chimney? So we need to zoom right in. I want to see if it's behind the chimney or it's somewhere near that tree. So it's just below the roof line of the house there, which I reckon will be a tree next to that tree there. Now it looks like it's coming along a line. It's making a funny noise in the background there. Can't hear any thunder or lightning that they're meant to be filming. Did you say it was a pigeon? Who said it was a pigeon? Okay, we need to get the shape of it. Okay, so is that the best image we're going to get of this? I think we need to take a screen grab of it. Can we get a better image of it? There we go. I think that's probably the clearest frame where it's in focus. And guess what? It looks like a shape of a bottle. See that? Clear bottle. Like a Coca-Cola bottle that's got some black tape around it. And it looks like there's something going through the middle. See that there? I reckon what they've done is they've got it on fishing line. I think you couldn't even see it coming out here. Fishing line heading down on an angle from something outside this window that we don't see. Probably a TV antenna or something. And what they've done is probably they've done one of those experiments where you put a make a small hole out here and they throw inside one of those fizzy tablets where it creates a CO2 very quickly and expands, and it can only come out that little tiny hole, and it propels it from a tree down here on the wire and shoots it across here. So it'd be interesting if these people come clean on the hoax. Looks like it's a controlled rocket launched by using a wire through the middle. So it's shooting the bottle from lower down up to here. Until, you can see it slows down even. So let me just grab that. Yeah, bottle on a line. Joe's got it. So I'm just catching up on the side comments now. We'll just get out a full screen here and see if we can cut the image out. And because it loses steam as it gets up here, it doesn't go any further because it obviously comes up to the TV antenna here probably, and it stops. Of saying this guy doesn't rotate his camera around, he simply stops filming. Very suspicious straight away. So there's a lot of red flags, right? There's trees. It's flying in a diagonal straight line, which if we did every frame, we could be able to draw on a drawing pad, see how the line is perfect straight, which suggests it's on a line. So yeah, again, I have to do the proper analysis of this, but we'll go back to what the talking heads are saying, which do nothing to solve anything. I wonder if we can see the line coming out of it. Might have to do a bigger grab. A bigger grab of it, probably. I might just do that as well. Let's have a proper look at it. And why is it sort of grey and black and white? Why is it, if there's going to be a like colour camera, surely it would be more colour. But that's the thing, because of the shakiness and the blurriness that was happening, that's due to the roll and shutter effect and motion blur, right? So we knew it was coming from this chimney area. Need to get higher up on the edge of that stupid window that's in the way. Try that cut. Doc Skinner be damned. Yes, he's an embarrassment to my family tree. We'll get back to them in a minute, but we want to analyze it first before we hear what they have to say, because I haven't really listened to it. I thought I'd leave it for today. I just sort of skimmed it. Okay, what can we get rid of here? Get rid of that and that. Okay, there's the two images. Okay, scale it up. To me, it looks like some sort of pop drink bottle. Plastic one. There you go, look. Is that a Coca-Cola bottle? What kind of bottle would it be? Let's see if we can rotate it. Rotate. Well, this can we rotate it slightly more? I suppose we can, but it looks to me like there's something going down the middle here. We'll just see what we can pop out first before we play around with it more. But to me, it looks like a bottle with black tape going around, because you can actually see this side of it, and then inside. Brightness doesn't do much for us, but we can see there's something going down the middle. Yeah, yeah, they don't want the logo of the bottle on it. See, there's not much colours. Maybe that's the reason why. Because the colours we know can reveal lots of details as it's reflecting the light. Definitely something in the middle there. But can we see the fishing line? I'll have to go to the bigger one. And you can see there's just two tones of colour. You can see the outside of the stuff and then inside. Definitely looks like tape. Why would you do tape around the outside like that? Maybe it's a type of bottle. Is there a bottle in UK like that? Yeah, we can't see. Got CPU peaking. Yeah. And you can start to see the pixels. Definitely looks like something disturbing the background there. Looks like something coming out here. There seems to be like a little line going down, a white line. Definitely something coming out here, isn't it? So I wonder what type of bottle it is. So let's grab the other one. New image. So it's definitely a hoax, isn't it? 100%. Did anyone else pick it out being a bottle, do you know? Because I haven't really looked at it. No, the shapes are definitely on the bottle. If it was a rolling shutter, we wouldn't be able to get a defined shape like that. So you can see it was stuttering throughout the video there when it was playing. And that was a rolling shutter motion blur effect, right? We'll probably be able to get one where it's sort of a blur. I think it was right at the edge there. It's a bottle being fired up a line. You see where it got in focus then. Out of focus. Now you can see it's sort of distorting the image a wee bit there, and that would be rolling shutter there. See that? So the rolling shutter would be left to right, but the bottle's moving faster than the shutter, so it's sort of distorting the bottle on the angle. And you saw one there just as it shot off again. It's sort of caught up to the rolling shutter there. Excuse me, I've got a drink here. It's on a particular frame there. It's very quick though, where you can see the roller's shutter really kicking. I think it was one before then. And it didn't pause. Alright, I think you can see it. You can see where it squashes up and it looks like an image on top of an image, which is what's happening. Because the bottle's moving faster than the rolling shutter. What's happened there? Could be there. There you go. So there you got that catching up to the rolling shutter, and you know how the propellers of the plane sort of bent around, rolling shutter. That's the same effect we're getting there because the circles around the bottle have got stretched. So if you go to rolling shutter, so you guys are getting really good because you're learning from me. You're starting to pick up all this stuff, rolling shutter. So we're getting this effect with the stupid blades, where it sort of bends the blades. Because the rolling shutter is left to right here, so it's stretching the blades. You know, same with the helicopter. Bends the blades around. And straight on looking. So we're getting that sort of effect. As well as some motion blur. Oh yeah. Ugh. So yeah, just zoom into that one again. So you can see here, it's a bottle image over a bottle image because it's stretching it. And we're not actually seeing the real shape of it. That's if you looked at that, you'd say, oh, it looks like a critter or a UFO disc with some vents on the side or something, you know. But that's not really what the image looks like. We've managed to catch it here by pure chance. The guys probably should have cut that bit off where it got too close and visible, right? But they've sort of blown it there. So what's on this image here? Oh god, we're up to 3 hours already, guys. That's pretty bad, isn't it? I still haven't managed to get back to MUFON. Okay, so can we see any cables? Not with the contrast and all that. So let's switch it to color swapper and see if anything pops out. It would help if the CPU could keep up with us. So what do we got here? Does look like something's coming out here though. But can we see any other indications? Any light reflections of fishing line? You can see it's very pixelated. And doesn't look very promising. Just not enough detail in a video. It's not like if you took a picture, if you did a like a burst mode with pictures, right? With 12 megapixels, we may be able to pick up the fishing line, but on 1080p, probably not. At least the CPU settled down now. We can do the fine adjustments. It does look like a bottle still. Definitely not a bird. Definitely not a UFO. But a hoax. And I bet if we take all the pictures and overlay them, we're about to see they travel in a straight line. Which is consistent with being on a line. It does look like there's something down here as well. Not too sure what that is. Could be on the window. Is he filming it through a window? I think he is, isn't he? Could be a reflection. Which again would make it harder to see the fishing line because we're going through a glass window on a not a hot sunny day where it reflects off the fishing line, but on an overcast day, which really helps hide the fishing line. So it's two mates setting up something here. See, I think that's a reflection in the window there, over here. Something going down there. But yeah. Can't see no wire, but it does look like something coming out as we saw on the other one. Something coming out here. But yeah, what bottle could that be? Let's see. Soft drink bottles. What do you call it? 1.5 litre bottles. 1.5 I wanted. Litre. UK. There's probably going to be all sorts of designs. Not that one. That one's got a dip in, so that's what's similar to a Coke bottle. Seven Up. No. Why is it bringing up all the other crap? We asked for bottles, didn't we? Crappy search. Soft drink. Bottle. Try that. Plastic. Bottle. Okay. Don't think it's any of these. Still not bringing them up, is it? We'll just try and change the search then. Get rid of the liter. Okay. It's a strange shape, isn't it? Big. It almost looks like a water bottle of some kind. None of those. That one's squashed in funny. Yeah, these strange ones. Okay. Still nothing there popping up. These ones. Getting closer. These guys got any idea? What one? Have you seen that shape of bottle before? Obviously we need hundreds of viewers out there, but we only got what? How many watching? 7. If we had hundreds of users, especially from UK, they might say, yeah, that's that particular water bottle brand. Look at these ones, inwards, outwards. But we want one that's a kind of like a pear shape. Look at that one. Another strange one. Yeah, nothing's popping up here. I might have to kick that in the bum, but it'll be good if we could get a stack match. So that's getting closer to... That's a short bottle. To the shape we're after. Yeah, various ones here. Nope. I'm sure I've seen the bottle somewhere. See, that's getting to the shape here, but then it goes back out again. What's that one there? Haha, that could be it. Ribena, is it? What's that bottle? Close, but it goes out a wee bit. And it's got ribby bits. Very close. But this one tapers. Damn, I thought we might have had it then. You thought it was Iron Brew. Iron Brew? We'll check that out in a minute. But is that in a plastic bottle? Wait. Iron Brew, I never heard of it. Iron Brew. Here we go. We got some interesting shapes here. But the taper's back out again. We want ones that don't taper back out. It'd be good if we could nail it, you know. Nail it. Say it's 100%. Probably end up going past it, you know. And we have Charles yelling at the screen. There it is, you're just gone past it. Where is Charles? Where is he today? He still hasn't shown up. Strange. Yep. I think we have to give up on this. There's quite a lot of different bottles and juices, isn't there? Iron brew, you reckon? I was sure I've seen the shape of the bottle for something, but I can't remember. What was the brand? You reckon it's Iron Brew? What's that? It's not popping up. Iron Brew. Iron Brew, there we go. What is it? Can't even read what it says. Has it got added iron to it, or? Yeah, the plastic bottles don't sort of match. Well, that one. Yeah. But it goes big at the top and tapers off at the bottom. Obviously, that's where the cap goes on up here. So it's big, then goes small. So we want big and small, big and small. Yeah. No. It's opposite to what you'd expect for a bottle, really. They go small and big. Or big, small, big. But not big, then small from the lid. No. Okay, let's try a different search. Pear shape. Maybe it's a pear drink, you know? So they put it in a pear-shaped container. Try plastic bottle, get rid of UK. Let's see what we get now. See, that's around the wrong way. That's around the wrong way. Around the wrong way. Heading in the right direction. That's glassware by looks of it. What's that there? They don't look like bottles to me, Google. They look like light bulbs and flash glass tubes and stuff. No bottles. There we go. Want something like that, don't we? But not so pronounced. Slimmer and longer. As a plastic bottle. Someone out there will know what it is. But anyway, looks like we're going to have to give up on it. But we think we got that one nailed. Okay, let's see what the experts have to say. And then I'll wrap up with this story today. It'll probably end up being another half an hour. So yeah, we can close that down now. Time being.
Video, I haven't watched it yet. Here we go.
Well, that's a mistake. You should always watch it first and analyze it before you make comment, right?
Oh, come on. Wait a second. Oh, no. I don't know. Hold on. I'm looking again. I paused it.
Clue.
Come on. I don't know. It comes from beyond the tree over the house. There's a thunderstorm. And I understand the guy, from what I understand, he's out, and I've done this. Put your camera out the window during a thunderstorm to capture cool lightning. Well, the lightning must be down the far left-hand corner.
Oh yeah, that's shuttering there. We didn't see that on the original footage, did we? We didn't see that bad shuttering. That's the way. This is again why you look at the original footage, because they've made it worse, right? Made it worse with the editing here.
Understand. Now let's see. I want to see something here.
It's almost like they didn't take out interlacing or something, and it's sort of skipping frames. So it made it really worse.
I don't know what it could be. I got to admit it. It looks like it's spinning.
Spinning. I don't see any spinning.
It's very. Well, I don't know if these marks that I'm seeing on the craft are from the window being.
Right, guys, you don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Wet. Let's see something here. Wait a minute.
You need some sunshine, Shelley. He lives in Arizona.
I don't know. It looks like a disc, man. I mean, it looks like it's spinning, and then it.
It's not spinning.
Looks like it's slowing up. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, because it's losing speed. It's like one of these rocket bottles, right? Rocket plastic bottles. I wonder if I can find a video. Be funny if we find the bottle now. Let's have a look. Actually, that's pretty close to it, isn't it? Water rocket bottle. What brand is that one? But what they do is they put it on this thing here, and they can pump it up with pressure and it shoots off. But there's one where they put a pill into it. How to make a rocket. Yeah, soft rockets. So that kind of looks like the right angle, so it'd go up a cable from the ground of that behind the house. But it'd probably have to be elevated up in the tree, I'd say. Great. Wanted side-by-side instructions. Here's another one. Plastic bottles. But you see what I mean. They put the garden hose on it, does it? Does it have a video for it? Let's see. No video. Okay, so let's see if we can find a video of one of these suckers. There's two ways to do it: water pressure and fizzy things. Fizzy. What do you call them? Those fizzy pills. Is it time like a stomach acid pill or some sort of fizzy sweets? There we go. Are they videos? BBC breakfast fizz bottle. I think I better find a video quite easy. Let's go videos. Fizz bottle rockets. Okay, let's have a look at that one. This is what I think it is, and I've just taken the labels off it. Yeah, so is there any videos on this? Probably have to pay to play it, was it? When it get rid of that boom boom noise. Scale it down. Doesn't make any difference. Okay, let's open up the YouTube. There we go. Is that all we got? Demonstration. There you go. Fizzy pill. CO2. Alka salsa. Yeah, that's the one. They do make a lot of gas. Make you burp. We want to see it in real time. But it's not a Coke bottle. We want to do a Coke bottle one. There you go. So that'd be something like that. Bigger the bottle, more propellant. There you go. That's a good one. Aha! Look, it goes on an angle over the house almost. There you go. That's what they've done. There's a good explanation there. Bingo. There you go, look. That's how it was done. Except for that's a really high building there. Not a single story. I think it's debunked, guys. Was there any other ones here? Australian rocket fuel nitrogen. Don't know. Has that one got a Coke bottle? That one Solar has. Is it a video though? Doesn't seem to be. Hey look. They're using a strange shaped bottle too, see? But it's not the one we're after. Damn it. Alright, they got a video here, was it? No. Here we go. Here's a video. YouTube. Let's have a look at this one. Oh, that one's pumping air and not using a pill. So this could be the other way to do it. Whoa, that's got enough power. There you go. So they're either doing it with fizz tablet or they're using it with air pressure. They would go over the building quite easily. Bingo. Susan says. And this guy's, you know, is a deer in headlights, isn't he? I don't know, guys.
No, that must just be the way it looks. It's not slowing down. I'm going to look at it one more time.
It is slowing down.
I want to believe this is real.
You can see it slowing down.
But he is shooting out his window. I know people are going to say, well,
Very
You know,
slightly slowing down.
I gotta be skeptical. People are gonna think that I understand. I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything from this either because I don't
We
have
know
my
it's
headset
lost.
on. But
We know it's lost enough propellant time it reaches the top of the house here that you don't see anything coming out of it.
it's very odd. Let me see if I could hear anything. Yes, I'm putting the headset on. I want to see if I could hear anything. No, you don't hear anything.
Apart from Third Phase playing their crappy music in the background.
I want to believe it. I do. But something this good always burnt me, and it's always burned me. Every time I try to believe in something, I'm wrong. And it's very few times. I want to believe this is real. It looks real. If it's a fake, it's...
You know, I don't think he knows any science, to tell the truth. That's why he's no good on debunking UFO stuff. He ain't got no science knowledge. So what the point is, are you, you know? You know, at least he could have said, oh, frame by frame, couldn't he? You could have done it in slow motion, done what I just did. Says, oh, right, it looks just like a bottle. Oh, it's one of those rocket bottles. And they got it on the line. So I think it's solved, right?
It's a good one. I don't think it is. See, that's going to come back and bite me, but I hope not. Look, UFO sightings are up at a record pace. People are starving for the truth, and when we get them something like this that's really clear, even though it's kind of blurry, see, that's what gets me. It's clear enough, but obviously it's not clear because there's some rain on the window, but I don't see that. I don't.
So he doesn't understand camera artifacts, you know. That should be what you know after 17 years of this stuff. He doesn't know about motion blur. He doesn't know about roller shutter. He's saying it's got water on the window, but really, because it's shining through a window, is part of the hide in the fishing line, right? And the background of the dark sky is perfect for fishing line.
I don't understand what I'm looking at. Am I seeing rain on the window? And that's why the ship looks distorted around the outer edge.
See, he's thinking the distortion is caused by the rain, not by the camera. See, he's meant to be an expert.
Edge in the center part of it, or is it a distortion of maybe a bird or a drone or something? I don't know. You know what? I hope it's real. But I really don't know. I don't. I don't know. I just hope it's not fake. If it is, shame on you.
Doc, I asked you not to look at this video. Just to watch it for the first time. Go ahead, do that, and let me get your thoughts.
Thanks, Blake.
Well, this is going to be good, isn't it?
Videos in advance, so we can go over it a few times. But because we just recently got this, we're going to do something different. I'm going to watch this for the first time on camera. So let's check this out and see what it's all about. Here we go. Okay. See clouds. Antenna. Oh! Whoa!
Whoa, man.
That was different. Hold on a minute. I'm going to change the speed on this to slow
at least
it down
he's changing
just
the speed.
A little bit. We'll go about half speed.
There you go. At least he's got some brains.
One more time. I was focused on the antenna, to be honest with you. I don't know why. Because it's prominent in the middle, but that's where my focus was. So this came out of literally just. Okay, I've got it slowed down now at 50%.
You need to go slower than that, mate.
Here we go.
Still going to be too fast. Yeah, he's pausing it.
I've paused it halfway over the roof.
Woof. Roof.
What is that?
It's a plastic bottle.
I have never seen. Okay, I'm skeptical. flight of birds. It kind of looks like that. Like if a bunch of birds are brought together, it doesn't look like a full solid object.
It's not birds.
But it's moving so fast. Wow. What did you guys send me? This is... Okay. All right. I've got
another deer in the headlights, but he's at least trying.
Way across the roof.
They don't know how to bring up editors and zoom in and do frame by frame and all that, do they?
How can we explain this? Well, we know there's something there. I don't see this being CGI. Because usually CGI people will...
No, it's not CGI.
They want to show their work. This is quick. This is peculiar. This is abnormal. I have never seen anything like this in the sky before or on video. Could it be a cloaking device? we're speculating. Could it be a cloaking device? Or could it be, an energy field around it that's creating a ripple effect to where it doesn't look so... you guys got me on this one. You guys got me.
How many views did they get on this? Quite a lot more than what I'm going to get. They still made $100 or a couple $100 out of it.
Don't know what to say about this.
Advertising. I wonder how many they got donations on it.
This is a fun one. Oh, that is just... It's how it looks perforated. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Perforated, where it's got holes in it. Or a bunch of dots coming together like a bird's. Yeah. Now, it does.
What I'm thinking is the guys launched a rocket bottle, right? And they want to see how good these experts are. I think they're putting to a test. So, watch out for this one, guys. See if these guys on that TV channel come out with a laughing at them trying to analyze it. But no one will send in my analysis.
It's like birds, but birds do not fly that fast. No, it's not birds. That is the weirdest thing you guys have sent me yet. Wow. So I don't know, kids.
There we are, another I don't know, guys.
That is
same as all the other videos they looked at. I don't know. That's a UFO. It's not a plane.
I've never seen a video like that before. That is a first of that kind. I gotta watch it again. This is just amazing. And I'm watching it half speed. Let me put it back at full speed real quick. So I'm sorry, I'm not looking, I'm looking at the screen because this is just...
Who's this? Susan sending us $5. Why is it not beeped yet? Oh, it hasn't come up yet. Slow. Third party site. Hey, there we go. $5 US. That's worth $7.60 now on New Zealand. Thanks very much. Of course, Goofon, I think he did another retake on this video yesterday, trying to correct his mistakes. He did admit in the end that it was definitely a fake. He changed his opinion on a day of thinking about it, but he still couldn't pin it as a bottle or a skyrocket bottle, a rocket bottle. But he's got about $30 donations from people, so or more. So do they have that girl on here yet, or is it just these two? So where's all the other dream team? Why haven't they got it to Dave Scott? Is that it? Is it?
Right now, I think it is something very genuine that was captured by Paul Bryan TV.
See how shaky that was? I'm not sure. We didn't see that when we were watching it, as bad as that.
She has orbs or UFOs following her around for a while now, and she was able to capture this incredible phenomenon. Check it out.
Alright, what are we looking at now? A lead balloon. Not lead and lead, but LED. LED light emitting diode. If it's a lead balloon, it'd be going downwards. So yeah, not too exciting, is it? Well, that orb doesn't seem to be following the woman. It seems to be drifting away. Getting smaller or something, is it? That stupid music in the headset just really gets to me. Ah, that's better. Music, see? It says music. More music. Yeah, so does it look like a UFO? Does it look like a ghost light? And what happened there? Moved the camera. It's just an LED balloon, isn't it? Someone keeps releasing it around this woman, having a laugh probably, knowing that she's like a Fruit Loop that sees UFOs everywhere. Probably kids next door having a laugh. Probably next to the fence listening in. So they got some talking again, have they?
Hello everyone. On June 6, 2020, while I was sitting out on a balcony, a beautiful amber orb appeared and I started filming it. I've been seeing orbs often ever since that day. On this particular day, it was July 14th, Las Vegas, Nevada, and while I was sitting in my backyard,
balloon capital.
I saw this orb. It wasn't quite sunset, so the sky was a beautiful violet color.
See,
and I
these
started
tend to
filming.
be those LED wedding balloons now, right? Las Vegas, they get married, right? And they release the balloons. These big bright white light ones here. There you go. So it'll be something like that. Looks like it's drifting with air currents. You'd have to get hold of the date and look up the weather charts on those programs that we've got here. Windy is one of them. Windy. What's the other one I had here? Which I found easier to understand how to use it. Here somewhere. I must have gone past it. Space launches in the sky. SpaceX. What's that one? Video analysis tool. Deceleration. Report and center. Where's the other one? Why can't I see it? Stuff in space. MUFON, because I couldn't find that in searching, so I just added it as a link. Why can't I see the weather one? Should be around here. Night sky, weather, here we go. Weather underground. That's the other one to look up wind direction. And at the day that we were searching a MUFON case, it was Philadelphia. And you can see here they map temperature, but also wind speed. And is it altitude as well? What's it say there, up that scale there? Oh, that's the speed, that's the day. But they also do, some of them do altitude. Let's see, wind speed. Wind, calm, south. Tells you the direction here, see? Yeah, you really need to go up different altitudes as well. That one doesn't sort of have it, but sort of, if it's low down to the ground, you can say it's within these speeds here, which would be at ground level, right? So it makes it really easy. But if you got one that's high up in the sky, it may be going opposite to the wind direction because the wind direction changes. So you need another tool that measures, gives us information per altitude as well. We need lots of data. So that one there is probably debunked. Probably got no information on the day. And it's probably way old now, probably too, is it? Orb, here we go. Does she give us any details? Orb. She's got 44. She got 530 views. She's going to get more than I am on this video today. And she's got no dislikes. I see those all the time. Alright, so any details? Was it on that day? No time. So it's useless to us, right? We need more details. And these people never submit it to MUFON, right? So why is that? You got to ask the question. So how many videos has she got? Video tab. How far back does she go? 1 week ago, so it's a new channel, and she's already got 45 subs for this garbage. So none of it's been submitted to MUFON. 4th of July fireworks orb. Well, let's have a look at that one. That's going to be a laugh, I suppose. Oh, music. So you know what it's going to be, don't you? 4th of July, they release fireball balloons, Chinese lanterns. Is it flickering? And of course, they release these LED ones now because they're legal. So the sky lanterns are not, because they start fires. And it'll start moving slowly, and I bet it's moving with the wind. Is it? Can we see the trees moving? I got fireworks going off. Yeah. It's hard to tell which way the wind's going. Could even be a drone that's filming the fireworks. We found that out before too. So where's the orb gone? That's the street lamp. Why is she filming that? Is she talking on it? No. Are you talking on it? Which you should always do, talking. Describing what you're seeing, because the camera is not always as good as your eyes, as you know, especially at night time. You might be able to see different colours. You might be able to see symbols on it. So yeah, drone, lead balloon, could even be a fire balloon. So yeah, complete waste of time. So why she submit it to these guys? Obviously to try and get traffic to a new channel to make money, you know. Fairly obvious, really. And what's the last thing we got on here? Oh yeah, Dr. Greer. What's this bullshit about?
Of this new documentary that we've been working on over the past 2 years in regards to the Space Force and the technology behind it. And
so they're creating a new documentary and they're filming all these frauds for their opinions, but no facts, of course. talking heads.
And we're going to put it together. It's going to take some time, but we have a good plan on how the world's going to be able to see it at the same time. So stay tuned for that.
Oh yeah, they're going to release it on iTunes and stuff, and you can pay your $10 and watch it all at the same time. And Dr. Greer will get a 20% cut. Yeah, okay. Alright, so last of all is this guy. You may be able to remember this guy calling himself Con Mac. Is not his real name. This is his channel ID or whatever. What do you call it? Alias. From Ireland. You might be able to remember his thing. Let's see if we can find it. And we'll wrap up on that. Probably give us 4 hours. Let's see. If you go to playlist and find members' stories, you can find it that way. But we want to find Ireland. Let's see if we can find the original video of him telling the story. He's finally sent me an update. He claims to be an engineer, I think it was. Not a farmer. So where is his story? These ones supposed to have Ireland in the name. I thought it would have come up. Is it here? 260? Nope. Arizona, nope. Yeah, nope. Should have looked at that first. Maybe try Irish, maybe. Doctor Who, what's that got to do with Irish? This search is useless. Probably just easier to find the member story playlist. Okay. Try his name, Con Mac. Which I thought stood for Connor, but yeah, I don't know. Con Mac, is that the one? Let's just have a look. I'm not sure if it's on that one. So yeah. It's about alien abductions, wasn't it? I think it was a free-for-all show, wasn't it? No, it's not that one. Why can't we find it? Yeah, I'm doing a recap of it. So that's a recap. So it's after this one. Before this one. 249 probably. So let's do a free-for-all. I wonder if that'll come up. Free for all. It was on this one, was it? 214 onwards. Could be. 249. I thought. Ill Tales. No, not that one. Must be on this one. An
organisms called eukaryotes, DNA is found inside a special area of the cell called the nucleus. Because the cell is very small, and because organisms have many DNA molecules.
There's nothing to do with that. Okay, was it on this one? Space plankton. No. Okay. Let's do it the hard way. Damn, useless search. I want to find member stories. Here they are. Members, fans. I'll just post a link to it maybe. Let's see if we can find it. It's probably not in order either. Oh, why is it not scrolling? Spooky, oh, nope. Has to be in this list somewhere. Open lines, probably on that one there. I remember it being a telephone on it. So let's have a look. What's the number? 249, so that's
Welcome
definitely
to
it.
the Out There channel, live stream
Oh, it's corrupting.
249.
So yeah, there you go, Mick. So how come that didn't come up in the search? Why didn't I see that before? Maybe it's staring at me and I didn't see it. Okay, so here's the original story. Copy. Or maybe just copy that one. So, Mick. So, if you haven't seen the original story, go back and have a watch. Okay, so he's updated this.
So you know
it's updated this here. Hi, man. Actually, I'll just bring up the proper page. And we'd better zoom in better. Hi, man. From Galway, which is an island. Haha, I think I heard you mentioning that I just vanished to thin air. Well, I kind of did, but not for no reason. The experience left me with health problems, work problems, personal problems, but all but back in place now. But it's been overwhelming, and please accept my apology for dumping an unknown onto your lap and vanishing like that. So he was going to get some pictures of his backyard or the window that he was looking through, wasn't he? And we never heard from him again. But I wasn't prepared for all that happened after, and I hope I don't sound like our good friend Tyler. But the shite was real, man. I will never forget it. It changed my life. Fixed a lot of wrongs, but I've been through the wars to get there. Here. If you get me, I'd like to tell you about it sometime. I had a few health problems recently, and I've just been clinging onto what I have, and thankfully I've had the strength to deal with it. I think I'm ready. See, is that the bottom of it? There must be another snapshot. See you the link to it. You can discuss this if you want to. I'm not going to any other channel for now. Below is the MUFON report I sent today. Please keep my personal info intact and anonymous. I don't think he's got any personal information on there. But sure, mate, do whatever you want with it. Basically, approval there. Do what you want with it. So that's the email I got from him. And this is the document he sent. I don't think there's any personal information on it. Let me just it's opening up another web browser. Hang on. It should be opening up Nitro PDF probably. Or I should drop it into this one here. Just try that. There we go. 1 of 9 pages. Let me just check to see if there's no personal information there. I don't think there was when I looked at it, but I skimmed over it. Case number. I don't think there's any street address. He's got a map without a street address. What's this? So I haven't actually looked over this before, so I thought I'd do it with you. I can't see any personal information on it. Just general location, no street address. So I'm not too sure if he's added on the MUFON investigators part or not. Don't quite understand it. That's why I wanted him to come on and explain it. So let's go through. I didn't see any personal information there. Yeah, so let's start at the top here. Headfoot, Galway, Ireland, case report. So that's public information. Investigation. I'm not sure what that is. And final report date. So is that like a MUFON case investigator? BGC results, totally certainly index of 2.5, whatever that is. I wonder if we can zoom in a bit. Can we get it to read out? Looks like we can. So what if I copy it into the other reader and let's read it out? And there's quite a lot to it. I didn't think it was going to be that much to it, but it looks like there is. Oh, who cares? Who wants to go to bed? Susan! Blocked. Why is it blocked? Right, Susan. I have to drop it on, don't I? Let's see if it works with this stupid Microsoft. This one doesn't use the extension to do it, looks of it. Okay, so let's just read it out. Select all. I wonder if it just read it out. There we go. Just thinking about it. Can't do it, man. Let's try to do 9 pages. Maybe that was a bad idea. I need to go and get a drink. Is it going to work? Or have we blown it? Google's blown up. You didn't think it'd take that long. Do I abandon it or try again? Alright, let's try selecting a wee bit of it then. Try there. Where's the read thing? Oh, what happened there? It wasn't me. Read aloud. It's not selecting it like the other one, really, is it? Is it going down? Going down. Robert will be fuming by now. Well, help me read this. Yeah, I think it's having problems unlike the other one. Stupid Microsoft. No, it's not doing it. Let me read the title even. It's not coming up. Is it because it's a PDF that's a problem? What else can we do? Microsoft, you're useless. We could use the crappy reader, I suppose. No. This seems to be having a problem. What's that do up there? Maybe that's the thing we need, the pin unlocked. No. Still not coming up, is it? Oh, damn it. Nice pin toolbar. That's not what to do with it then. Okay. Out, back to the other one. Stuff Google. I know this is going to work probably. It'll let me select it. Yeah, let's just try it.
Of 9 Headford, Galway, Ireland case report hashtag 108032 investigation log IE 04212020-0016 final report date May 15, 2025 ID hashtag 30184 case hashtag 108032 BGE results. Total certainty index of 25.71% longitude / latitude underscore 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 unwitnessed description of event. Saw a disc-shaped UFO at about 4 a.m. at dawn. Object description: I woke at about 4 a.m. to go to the bathroom, which was downstairs. Then proceeded to the kitchen to get a glass of water from the kitchen sink, which is facing westward across our back garden and backfield, just outside Headford, Galway. At first I saw 2 lights in the distance. He found it strange as it was too early for any farmers in tractors at that time, so which, I saw 2 lights, as if the tractor had lights protruding high above the tractor on its arms. Then the lights got brighter, and began to swirl and increase in size as if they were coming towards me. As my eyes tried to follow the lights, I saw a UFO ascending from behind the trees about 200 feet away. Then I noticed the lights which I saw were attaching to the under half of the UFO. As it rotated clockwise, the UFO ascended to just above the trees, then stopped, about 30 feet up, stayed there for about 30 seconds, then moved to my left, southward about 50 feet, behind the top half of the tree, and stayed there for about a minute. Then suddenly the light seemed to go off and I lost sight of the UFO. It had disappeared. The UFO was alloy-like, and had straight rectangle windows, not rounded as I would have thought in hindsight, splitting the bottom and the top half of the UFO. The craft seemed to be in 2 halves, with the rims of the top half molded to comb over the lip of the bottom half. What I think I saw was the craft with both halves split, exposing windows which lead to the center of the craft. It spun in perfect motion and made everything else look fake / not real. The windows lead to a corridor, the size of the window, which lead directly into the center of the craft, like a 3D camera you see spinning on top of the Google Maps car. I have seen the very same UFO in sighting old photos, and only today saw the same UFO was sighted in Argentina. I will add a drawing and more. Interview / statement. First email sent May 10,
Never trust anything
2020.
out of Argentina.
Call took place on May 14, 2020, which took 35 minutes. The witness recounted his report as above and added, I needed to go to the toilet as I wasn't well at that time. The toilet was downstairs, so I had to put the lights on, wake up, maneuver the stairs, through my office, and into the office bathroom. After that I went to the kitchen to get myself a drink of water from the sink, and while I was looking at the window, I saw these 2 lights in the distance, beyond the fields behind our house. I thought first they were lights from a tractor cabin. They were orange/yellow, square. I was looking out at about 30 degrees, so they weren't high in the sky, they were down fairly low to the ground, and in the direction of where cows had just been recently allowed out after the winter lock-in. The lights seemed then to move, swirl and become larger, as if they were coming closer to me. Then Ethan saw a craft rising up from behind the bushes of the field behind the house, and it was ever rotating clockwise. When I saw the lights I had just been observing attached to the bottom half of the UFO. I noticed they were not the only lights which were coming from the bottom side of the UFO. I couldn't count them, but I would estimate, from what I remember, that there were 8 in total illuminating underneath the craft. The craft rose up from behind the ditch and a tree to about 30 feet, just above the bushes, and stalled for about 30 seconds, all the time rotating clockwise. I could see right through into what was behind the windows. I tried my hardest to capture every millisecond of what I was seeing, with my eyes as wide open as they'd ever been. Behind the windows lead to a corridor the length and width of the glass windows and lead directly to the center of the craft. The walls were yellow and formed a rectangular corridor to the center. I noticed every 4 windows there was a hinge at the base of the right-hand wall off corridor. I thought that may have been for some stabilization / keep the craft secure.
Okay, so that's as far as we got. So this is where it cindered, and this is where it remained for 1 minute, then disappeared. Disappeared where though? Shut off? Or just vanished? Okay, so we got down to here, I think. I'm not selecting properly. It is a PDF that's causing us problems. We got down to the bottom. Or did it not select it? Damn thing. Do it, do it. Don't want to go too fast. Here we go. Select it, yeah. I won't read that much.
I've heard stories in the past of people seeing aliens through the windows, but alas, even though I had perfect view, all I could see was light, or camera, or both, as if the light was a static source, in the center of the craft, surrounded by corridors which lead to the craft's windows, while rotating, providing both light and vision, and in my opinion the very same design of the 3D cameras you see attached to the roof off the Google Maps cars. See the image below, which provide Google Street View shots. It's what I thought at the time. I was sure they both did the same thing. It was how the craft viewed its surroundings. Glued to the window, I noticed that the atmosphere around the craft wasn't being distracted, as a drone might disturb the branches or leaves, or an engine might make a noise, or the movement of the craft would move imperfectly, as if driven by an entity. Everything was still, as if the craft were real and everything else was like a movie set. It was dawn and the lights from the craft were bright, but not too bright. It was like looking at a bus across the road. You see the windows, wheels, people inside, maybe even making some people out. It was so close and I saw so much detail, but no aliens. Then the craft proceeded to move southwards, or to my left, behind the head of the tree, which at that time didn't have many leaves, so it was still very visible. I was sure it knew I was there. I thought with alt-hat technology it's gotten no. It stayed there for another minute, then suddenly it seemed like the lights had gone out and seemed to vanish behind the fields and out of sight. The lights I saw originally were like reconnaissance drones, and the craft also seemed drone-like, as if not driven free by hand, more like autopilot, as the movement was too perfect, smooth, precise. The witness added that there were cows in the fields and had a feeling they were there for the cows. A friend of his noted the week before farmers in another part of the country talking about cattle mutilations in West Cork. Witness was not able to take a photo but sent me a picture that was taken in 1954, details below. Email from witness May 14, 2020, this is the UFO I saw. This was taken a long time ago, 1954 I think. I'll get the details, but you can see it open to expose the windows. Each window is in front of a tunnel which leads to the center of the craft. I saw right in there, but all I could see was a light.
So it looks like it's his testimony. And it sounds like the investigators' comments added on the end. Doesn't sort of make sense, really. Shame we haven't got Earl to check the database to see if the same document exists on MUFON. I'm a wee bit confused with this document. Whether he's merged it or that's what was sent back to him with his comments. Who did the images? Who did all the maps? The investigator or him? So yeah, I'm not too sure. And what's this thing about seeing a window in front of each tunnel leading to the center of the craft? So what's all that business? I don't remember him saying anything like that to us on the first story, right? So yeah, I'm not too sure about this case. What do you think, Susan? Do you still think it's legit? Or has the story changed a bit? So here's some stats on the town. Evidence. Where's the rest of it? I reckon there's something missing. Well, that's it.
Location: Headford, Galway, Ireland. Headford is a town in County Galway, located 26 kilometers north of Galway City in the west of Ireland. It is an angling centre for the eastern shore of Lough Corrib and Greenfields, some 6.5 kilometers west of the town, is its boating harbour. The town is situated next to the Black River, which is the county boundary with Mayo. Population: 973, 2016. Evidence/investigation. Witness credibility correlating cases. No other cases reported to MUFON or elsewhere around this time. 13 cases reported in total from Galway. Conclusion: I'm classing this case as UAV, unknown.
So what's this about the witness taken 94? He's saying that one is from 94. I can't see any windows on it though, so what's he talking about? Can't see no windows with it going to the center. That makes no sense to me. Does it make any sense to you, Susan? From you, maybe the story being told? Could see a light or camera or both. Eh? Light was a static source in the center of the craft, surrounded by corridors which led to the craft windows, which is nothing like that drawing on. So he's saying this top bit here was like the windows going around the rim of it, and you could see inside the ship. I don't remember him talking about that on the first time that he was on Voice. Probably have to go back and listen to it again. But do you remember him talking about that? Susan? Are you still there? Yeah, Robert loses it quite easily. Well, we managed to get through it anyway. So yeah, I don't know about this case. Something's rubbing me the wrong way on it. We need to get him on probably video and have a re-listen of the original story after he retells it to see if there's any changes, embellishments. But anyway, there you go. Wasn't the perfect readout because it's that crappy voice reader, but still, I think we heard most of it there. That would be a good sighting if it was something real happening to us, though. If we saw that outside our window and this UFO flying over the field. At least they didn't crash into a power pole like MUFON did with his new drone and smash it to bits. But that could have been Galway. How do you say it? Galway, Roswell. Debris everywhere. So I imagine there would have been square windows here, is what he's saying. And you could see right inside of it. It makes you wonder, how big was it? Did he say it was? Makes you wonder if it's a pilotless drone. And it was actually surveying, a bit like what they said with the triangle craft, that they go in zigzag patterns and we're surveying underground, see what's there. You noticed every 4 windows there was a hinge at the base of the right hand wall. So that's a lot to take in for how many minutes watching it? The corridor, I thought that may have been for some stabilization. But he did say he was an engineer. So he was able to take in details better than most people. It does seem it, doesn't it? Anyway, yeah. I suppose we've got to leave it there. We could, I don't think Robert was on that show, Life for Free for All, was he? So we can't really bring it up on his, because he wasn't there listening to the real guy at the time to question him. I think he needs to come on, this Con Mac, alias Con Mac. He needs to come on and talk about where he disappeared, why he was sick, and what he does for a job, and show his face on camera. I think that sort of adds to a sighting like this. But if MUFON's listed as unknown, it means they got no way to debunk it, right? So it doesn't mean that it's really an alien craft. It's just unknown. It could have been a prank even. Who knows? Could have been some sort of blimp that come down that he hasn't seen before. It may have been like a surveillance blimp. And the circular windows might be something to do with data collection, like wind speed, or maybe listening to radio frequencies or light spectrums. Who knows? Could have been a top secret military thing that come down, which then they managed to get to go back up again, like a drone, a blimp drone or something like that. Who knows? It doesn't have to be aliens. But anyway, stop blabbing ball, let's get on. Close down for the day. We're over 4 hours now. So yes, I'll say good night, and just quickly read out in the side chat here. Yep, Rob's tomorrow. Can't remember what cases we're going to do, but we ain't got time to go over it. I could probably find out on Discord. He's got it there on Discord. Good night, all. Hopefully you enjoyed what I did today anyway. Hope you enjoyed. I should be typing it on the other screen again, but I forgot. Oh well, I'll just say good night all. and wind it down. I'm tired. And I'll see you tomorrow morning again. Good night. Las Vegas, eh? Oh yeah, left that a wee bit too late, Shelley. Another day, you can bring it up. People make police reports doesn't mean they go anywhere. You mean a restraining order on MUFON? The Matrix is closing down. Yeah, I did lose ads there for a while. I need to get those re-established. I told you I'd lose it saying those words. Oh, better untick that. Good night, Shelley. I'll catch you on Discord. In the now.